Wait, am I literally supposed to do the intro?
Great intro.
Oh,
There it is. There it
channel.
is.
Tara's leaving us, so hi. Welcome to Divergent Dice. Over to Spencer, because this is a game.
Okay.
Delegation.
Welcome to Divergent Dice. I don't have any announcements for the stream because I just play games, so let's get into our recap, I guess. Back to Shannon. Unless someone else wants to volunteer to do the recap this time.
No volunteers. Okay. We began at the Temple of Delastra in Stellport, and as a group decide Cathra will stay in Stellport and continue researching. She gives us a sending stone, which Bryson has. We head down to the docks. Halifor polyforms Ryson into a female tiefling, and accompanied by wild sheep parrot Halifor, they go looking for a ship to take us to Aldrea. I think I said that right. Ryson the tiefling negotiates with a captain named Alaric to book us passage. Hour later, we all jump on the ship and head out north of Ardea. Yeah. Old leathery Jeddah on the ship helps us navigate. We arrange search in a grid pattern as a Coxatotal. Halifor flies above, searching for the island. Gorka rows for a while. Scout and Ryson look for the ship. Near the end of the day, from the sky, Halifor finds islands that are good contenders for what we're looking for, and an enormous nest in the distance that is on a nearby rocky pillar. We anchor at a different island for the night. It's a rough sleep with the cold and drizzly weather. We sleep all right, except Scout, who takes a level of exhaustion. In the morning, we head out towards the island and get into a skills challenge. We navigate pretty well overall, but get a sense of uneasiness as we get closer. And hailstones rain down. Then whirlpools and eddies around us spit out three beings onto our deck and battle. We battle some watery elemental things as our ship heads towards a whirlpool. Halifor tries to be an octopus, but instead uses control of water to nullify the whirlpool. And then he tries to be a direwolf, which also doesn't go as planned. Ryson gets trapped in an ice golem thing. Halifor finally takes out the ice golem as a giant ape. We sail towards the island, and Aurum sees a pathway that's like lattice up the cliff. We make it up. Halifor does a sending to Cathra, and the reply is that there is something important in this place that we need to find. Gorka offers Ryson 1,000 gold to go onto the island. Halifor offers Ryson a shiny potion with some kind of emboldening effect. On the cliff, we see metal lattice work. Gorka drinks her potion of climbing, and we all get to the top really easily. And at the top of the plateau, there's a stone pillar that's about 5.5 feet tall, that's covered in runes. An identical stone obelisk about 50 to 60 feet away and ongoing. Aurum recognizes the language from Cathra. We see the edge of a settlement going as far as the eye can see that's in ruins and abandoned. And down the street, there is a clearing in the road where there is a ship keeled over, and that's where we ended.
Very good.
I have a question, Shannon. Do you take notes during the session, or do you go back and watch the VODs? And
just during the session, I never.
That is so impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's incredibly impressive. My notes are usually like 3 lines, and then I forget to take notes, and that's it for the session.
Yeah, 100%. Like I'm like this session, I'm gonna take great notes.
Had about one paragraph up here, and then done. And
well, it makes sense for you, right? Like. Spencer, you're focusing on the game, so like you don't have time to stop and take notes.
Even when I'm playing, I do the same thing.
The rest of us, what the fuck are we doing?
There's like 1 in 5 sessions where I actually take good notes as a player. It's just random.
Yeah, I've just given up on notes altogether.
I have random like single words like throughout my notebook, and I'm just like, I wrote this down for a reason. Don't know why.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to tell you, Shannon, is that
we appreciate
this is not good if you don't keep notes.
Thank you. I'm an enabler.
Have you watched the like the most recent Finders VOD? You want to see what happens when Shannon's Canon with Shannon is no longer available? Strap in.
That recap it's like 15 minutes long. Just the recap portion of the video.
It's like
is it a bunch of people like,
reading?
no, wait, you forgot? The fact.
It's like if you tried to do like a dramatic reading of, a day in the life of, but not only were you like high on LSD when you had the day, you also were high on LSD when you read back the day.
I don't know how accurate this is, but my notes say this is our 35th session for this campaign.
That
Pretty
is
cool.
100% accurate.
Yes.
I actually keep track of the session numbers, and that's dead on. Wow.
Wow.
35. Pretty good.
Yeah. That is pretty good as well. Cool. Thank you for doing the recap, Shannon. Does anyone else have anything to say or clarify before we get into things?
I'm assuming no Eric tonight.
He said he is probably gonna make it, but a little bit late. Him and Alex had like an appointment at 6:30 or so, or something going on. Yeah.
For anyone who
he's
hasn't
gonna be
joined the Discord yet, that link doesn't expire, and you can click on it at your leisure, and it will let you
Oh my-
into the Discord.
God, it's a tankard mug. That's an amazing little drinking vessel.
It's Western University.
Oh, well, that's less impressive, but from that side, it looks adorable, and I want it. But then
Thank
it's
you.
Western, and I didn't go to Western, so it
Boo.
means nothing to me.
Ooh, Western.
Who hiss?
Cool. All right. With that, let's get into it. So you all have ascended from the sea up this cliffside to this rocky ledge, and this forest of pillars and stony outcroppings rising from this rough stretch of ocean. You've kind of stopped to catch your breath and take in your immediate surroundings, and where you find yourself is standing on this cliffside. Looking in front of you, you see these stone pillars that Shannon described in the recap. One rising out pretty much right in front of where you climbed up, and then another set 50 feet or so in either direction. Another set beyond that, forming a ring as far as you can see from this vantage point. You see this metal latticework walkway built into the cliffside, supported by these graceful curved arch metal struts. With projections, additional walkways coming up perpendicular and extending 20-30 feet out into the open air. You see the ruins of the city in the distance. You're on kind of the outskirts. There's no buildings for the first like 100 or 200 yards or so, but then you start to see these little houses and other structures, mostly stone and almost all overgrown with trees, vines, moss, in various states of disrepair and collapse. And Gorka, you have seen just way in the distance, kind of at the edge of what you can see, down what looks to be a major promenade, a wide street, an overturned ship just lying across this boulevard, crashed, its mast broken in half, sitting in the dirt. But it is quiet, it is empty. You seem to be the only people here. What would you all like to do?
That is an odd place for a ship.
Long way above the ocean.
This place is fascinating, though. See these strange docks? Either the sea was notably higher, or this place is just beyond ancient. It's very fascinating.
So is that the intention? Is that these docks are so elevated so elevated that the implication is that this area was once underwater?
You can roll a nature check or insight check for like kind of a flash of insight. Okay. 17.
I don't know why. Ignore that. I wasn't given the pop up that let me choose advantage or disadvantage, so that was unfamiliar to me.
Oh,
As soon as I clicked it rolled.
Yeah. I think I switched it back to just like it should just do the alt control thing.
Got it.
Without prompting you every time. 17. It would be. You have a few thoughts. You're on a pretty high cliff, so for the sea level to be this high, it's definitely possible. It means much of the mainland where you were on, like Stalport and other places, like where you were previously, totally would have been underwater if the ocean was this high. It's not impossible, but it would suggest the world was much more flooded. You take a look at the metal lattice work as well, this pathway or whatever it is. It is entirely metal, and although it is starting to show its age, it is still in remarkably fine condition, given how old you suspect this place must be from what Cathra has told you and just from the look of everything else around. It is kind of incredible that it would be in such great shape if this metal was constantly exposed to seawater. It could be like some sort of unique alloy or something that is resistant to the corrosion, or it wasn't underwater.
I was just gonna say, I've also got a unique alloy.
Gorka is going to start heading towards the ship.
All right.
Do you know what I'm concentrating on, Spenny?
I can check. If you're ever wondering, there's an effects tab on your character sheet that usually shows you what is going on if there's something applied to your character. It's polymorph is thinks it's still on, which is definitely not.
Definitely
Orca
I think it's because you polymorph to something to climb the side of the lattice.
became a giant ape.
Yeah.
Alloy's invisible to me. His name's there, but his tokens isn't.
Oh, it's just
I
really
think
dark.
It's just like really dark.
Yeah, he's
Oh.
blending in with the rock.
Ah. Cool.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Wait.
Cool. Gorka starts walking
So I
towards the
polymorphed
city.
into a giant ape to climb the cliff?
You polymorphed into a giant ape at the end of the fight with the elementals.
Mhm.
On the
and
ship.
then- No,
Yeah.
you polymorphed. Sorry, you wild shaped again after that to become a spider to climb the wall,
Okay.
the cliffside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
You
if
were
I'm
like
still
a
a wild
lot of
ape, if I'm
animals
still a
last-
giant ape, I'm like, we rolling for an hour. And I wouldn't have said any of the things that I said.
Just saying them an ape. No one understands. Cool. Gorka starts walking towards the city. Is anyone following or?
Yeah,
I will.
I would immediately start following.
Yeah, Ryson's extremely curious, like trying to look in buildings as we're passing them and things like that.
Halifor is on the lookout for any interesting, unique, or otherwise diverse that especially if he hasn't seen them before, fauna.
Cool. I will ask for a perception check from both Ryson and Halifor for different things then. Ryson, you start passing by, you start peeking in these stone buildings, like mostly stone. There are some empty spaces, first of all, where it looks like something probably once stood and it's just reduced to rubble. Like there's maybe little kind of hills of dirt over the like very base of the foundation that's left, kind of uneven soil to mark where these spots are, but otherwise they're gone. It seems like a lot of the buildings didn't survive, and probably the only ones that did were the ones that were made of stone, which does seem to be most of them, but not all. Even those stone buildings the vast majority are in terrible states of disrepair, like roof collapse, walls fallen, crumbled down to like a half wall and some open space, and just everything inside basically given way to rot, new plant life. With a 13, I'll say you don't find anything terribly interesting along the path you've taken so far, but you do spot some buildings are in relatively better shape than others, and you can see in the distance some that are fairly complete, so it seems possible that you could find some that are intact and, more well preserved than others. If you're kind of snooping around looking for clues or loot or what have you, you might have a chance. You just haven't seen anything yet.
Cool.
Halifor.
Question
Sorry?
from Lauren. She wants to know what it'll take to make Casey die.
I'm not dying.
Yeah, she's here for blood, apparently.
Jeez. Make me cookies, and then we'll see.
What
It's
the
really easy.
That's the cost?
Yeah, well, no. 18 for Halifor on looking for interesting fauna. Fauna is like animals, right? I always get those mixed up.
Yeah.
Okay. You notice there are surprisingly few animals here. You do hear the occasional bird cry, but that's about it, and there's not even many of those for an uninhabited space. It's a little bit strange. You're keeping your eyes peeled, and as a researcher of animals, you're pretty good at seeing signs of their movements, and you don't see a lot. You don't see, evidence of like a squirrel nest in a tree. You don't see evidence of like a rabbit burrow. You don't see, signs of strip bark or something like where a deer might have been, nibbling. Very little of any of that, if any. 18's pretty good. I'll say you're not specifically looking for this, but something you do notice as you're walking, and it seems to get more and more apparent as you get further into the city. The trees and whatnot that have like grown amongst the ruins of the city are almost tilted, just leaning ever so slightly away towards the cliffside, like where you came from. And that angle becomes more pronounced as you get in toward, like, a few blocks in.
It's very odd. I would have expected there to be more wildlife. There's almost nothing, and with no people to speak of, one would expect this place to be bustling with life. Also, some force or something seems to have tilted or knocked back the trees at least.
Are they? I guess Bryson asks Halifor, do you see trees going in a different direction, like up ahead?
It's like they bend back more the further in we go.
I wonder if there was like a blast or some explosion, as we get closer to the center of whatever is causing these trees to come down.
Perhaps we should be on our guard. If it was
Orem.
that difficult to get here, perhaps there is an equal amount of danger here. Seems
Orem would
Go
take
ahead,
an
Ryan.
opportunity to go to like the first building that they kind of reach. As soon as they kind of reach the buildings, he would just kind of like slowly approach like the first one.
Sure. You approach. Looks like it might have been a, modest-sized home at one point. It's in pretty bad condition. There was a second floor that is entirely gone at this point. Kind of just like a third of a wall left. The first floor is somewhat intact. It's like one side of it's pretty much collapsed entirely and become exposed to the elements, but the other side is kind of still standing.
Orem would probably just like kind of stand where he can kind of like look into the rubble and just kind of like kind of just like assess the situation, just kind of see if, I don't think he's trying to like glean anything in particular from it. He's just trying to kind of get a feel for the level of destruction that has occurred here.
Yeah, I will take perception, investigation, or even nature, and they might kind of tell you slightly different things.
Oh, we're gonna start with the best, and it's the worst roll.
You
We're on
don't
an
glean
island?
too much.
Shit.
You smell salt water.
All right.
No, you don't get anything kind of new than what I've described already. Like, it
Okay.
seems that there's no sign of any source of the destruction beyond age and, plant life reclaiming the island.
Okay. Oren will kind of just walk away from, and he'll kind of just glance at the other buildings just to see if the destruction's consistent, or if there's any building that kind of maybe stands out as being maybe there's a stone building or something that has withstood a little bit better.
Give me one more perception check for that.
All right. There we go.
19. Yeah, so since Horman was kind of looking for something similar earlier, we'll carry that forward. You kind of find the same thing as he noticed. There are most of the buildings that are still standing to any degree are primarily constructed of stone. As a dwarf, because you have stone cunning, you can see that they were extremely well crafted. Joints are very tightly fitted, well cut, and well built, which probably has contributed to how any of these have survived at all. I would say with stone cutting, you probably recognize that this isn't, although it is very fine work, it doesn't look dwarven, at least in a style that you would be familiar with.
Okay. Yeah, stone cutting is I just immediately know the origin or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
crazy.
I know the origin of stonework.
Oh, this was cut by my grandfather. No. Looking for intact buildings, you get the same assessment of Ryson, none in your immediate path that you've passed so far, but some have survived to various degrees. And I'd say with a 19, you perhaps spot a building a block or two off the direction you're traveling that looks like it's fairly intact. A bit larger of a structure than some of these smaller homes that you've passed so far.
Okay.
But you're not necessarily right up there, so you could divert or not.
I would probably divert when the opportunity comes, in another block or two. I'd probably head in that direction.
Okay, give me a D8 roll.
A D8, you say?
Nothing bad ever happens with D8s, guys. Right, Ari?
Right in the middle.
Yeah, that's how many dragons appear. No.
I can handle that.
Gorka jumps off the island. She's like, peace, yo.
I can no longer handle that.
If there's a dragon, we need Eric here.
Yeah. He would be so mad. Okay, so you see this kind of intact surviving structure in the distance, and you, I guess, probably tell your crew, but divert off to go check it out. You walk down this block or two. It's a larger building, a bit taller. It is a single story, but kind of a taller single story than most of these homes and whatnot that you've passed.
Got it.
It's fairly long. It looks kind of warehouse-ish almost, but not ugly. Right? It's a still very well crafted, and you can actually see some kind of ornate, very weathered, but just faint carvings in the stone, just accents and decoration to make it look pretty at one point.
Okay.
And Spenny, out of character, you mentioned that there was one of these stone pillars that was quite close to us, and others that were further in that we could see, spaced kind of every 50 feet or something, you said?
Something like that, yeah.
And you said they were spaced in a way that implied that they were part of a circle?
The island is roughly circular, and you saw them kind of at the next couple you saw were kind of at the edge. So you don't know if it would form like an exact circle if you like did the whole thing, if it even like completes the ring and it's not just a partial section.
Yeah.
But the part you did kind of follows the circumference of the island. Yeah.
We're still single-mindedly heading towards the ship.
Okay, we're splitting up. This is good.
Halafor's gonna follow Gorka.
Okay. Halafor and Gorka are heading towards the ship. Orem has diverted down a side street.
I'll go with Orem.
Okay. Like there is
Quick, another direction.
Yeah. And by I'll go with Orem, I meant I'll go the opposite way.
Guys, this place seems weird and dangerous and creepy and does not want us here. Scatter to the winds. Just spread out.
You said
He
nobody,
said
you
scout-
said nobody was here, so I'm
Nobody's
just like,
here?
yeah, nobody's here.
No, you're
We
fine.
sent Scout back to the edge of the cliff.
Scout's watching for... Someone said dragons, and Scout's watching for dragons.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Orem, you're outside this building. Ryson's kind of tagging along with you. Are you going inside?
Yeah, I mean, if a door, if there's a noticeable doorway, I would probably approach the door and slowly try the handle.
Go ahead and give me a... You try the handle, you don't... It resists, and you're not sure if that means it's locked or it's an ancient door that is seized up. But you could try and force the door, or
Yeah.
you could try and pick it. If you...
I'm not gonna try. I'm not trying to pick anything. Oh, I guess Ryson's with me.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, right. I would kind of turn to Ryson and just say, Ryson, it might be stuck, it might be locked. Why don't you try the less forceful option first?
Okay. Ryson, you step up to check out this door. I'd say no roll necessary since you are like very skilled in this. You check the lock, but you can pretty quickly determine that it isn't locked. You figure the resistance is actually due to age and it being seized up.
Sounds like it's just not budging because it's not locked. It's just, I don't know if there's something on the other side of it or if it's just expanded into its frame. I don't know. What do you think? Do you want to both just try running at it?
Maybe. Well, I don't want to take a run.
The
at
dwarf
it.
and the halfling take down the seized door?
I mean, Oren would lean into it first before he tries the old run and start cannonball approach. Yeah, like Oren, I would just kind of like grab the handle, lean in with the shoulder, and try to give it the old dwarven shove.
Give me a strength check. $14. Yeah. So you lean back, give it the good old dwarven shove. The wood of this door is ancient, and although it has survived, it has not survived well. It has become weak and brittle, and you pretty easily just crash through it. It doesn't seem like it was reinforced in any way. This isn't like a high security door of any sort. You just kind of punch your way through it or slam your way through it, and immediately are hit with a horrific stench. I'm going to need a Constitution save.
Shit.
18. Ryson, you were outside, so you were okay, but I love the enthusiasm.
Well, I'm assuming if there's like any smell coming, I'm standing right next to the door.
He's got a
You
sense of
smell it.
stomach.
You definitely smell it. You're not in the thick of it like Orem.
Gotcha.
So you're not... actually, you should have had advantage on this one, Orem, but 18 is okay anyway. You are hit with the scent of just incredibly decayed and aged rotting food. It is like almost overpowering, even to your strong dwarven constitution. With an 18, you manage to kind of steel yourself, hold your breath before you make yourself sick, but it is absolutely disgusting. And you find yourself in this large space filled with shelves down one side. To your left, it's like rows and rows of shelves, barrels, storage. To your right, there seems to be another kind of wall and door.
Orim will put his shield away, pull out his whiskey skin, and kind of hold it like just under his nose. And then he'll light up Dawnbreak, and to, even though he can see in the dark, like he's gonna light up Dawnbreak just as a beacon and kind of head towards the door that he sees.
Cool. Yeah, so this door it's pretty similar to the one you already burst your way through. One kind of notable thing, now that you've crashed through one of these doors and looked at another, you notice like they are almost tight to the floor, and there is a bit of a seal to it, like a rubber or something, almost like gasket, trying to keep it fairly airtight. There are labels on some of these shelves, and like to the side of this door, they're written in some sort of Elven script.
I speak Elven.
Oh. It loosely like the script is a bit archaic. It is like kind of like reading Old English, but it loosely translates to something like cold storage.
Okay. And like, okay, so some sort of food warehouse, probably about to go into the freezer of the section. Yeah, like, Orim, I don't know if Ryson's following, but he like kind of like will like call back over his shoulder at Ryson if he's not, and just say, you know, it looks like it's some sort of food warehouse. Everything in this room has gone to spoil. I'm gonna check out this next cold storage room.
Good luck finding any casks, and Ryson is actually going to look around the building to see if like, I guess he's going to peek into the main room, and then he's going to look around the building to see if there's really much more to this building than that main storage area. Like, I guess what he's trying to figure out is this building mostly comprised of just food storage, or is there a lot more to it?
Yeah. So perception check. Fairly low DC for you, Ryson. Or if you're going through this room.
Nature. Oops. Uh-oh.
Halfling luck. You can re-roll.
Right. Is that on checks, or is that was just on saves?
Any D20 roll.
It's ridiculous.
Roll that one. 11. Yeah, it's not a hard DC. You haven't been inside, so you can't maybe be precisely sure. Like, you don't, and in particular, you don't know how much, you know, room is behind the first door Orm's found, if there's maybe more rooms. It seems like, at least from the open half to the left of where you came in, it is mostly warehouse. Seems to be mostly like some sort of granary or storage spot.
Okay.
Orim's going through the next door.
Yeah. Roll a perception check for me as well.
Okay.
This door seems to have survived a little bit better, and is not quite so seized up, perhaps being protected from the elements a little bit. 22, yeah, you push open the door to a dark stone-walled room. Somewhat similar vibes. There is more shelves, a lot more casks and barrels lining the wall. And with a 22, you find that many of these are... you start checking the casks, I assume. I just assume.
Yeah, like if there's... If Orim sees a cask, he's going to investigate the cask.
Yeah, you do find a shelf of these smallish casks, like a mini keg size kind of thing.
Yeah.
A lot of them are kind of burst open. They've spilled some sort of liquid across the floor. lawn dried and evaporated, but it's just left kind of a dark red stain. You do find a few others that you can just smell. They've gone sour. But with a 22, you find, biohazard. You do find a couple casts of, because you can read Elven, would seem to be a wine that had been, set to age or store.
Ooh, man, it's not exactly my thing, but alcohol is alcohol. So, Orim will immediately put his whiskey skin away and shoulder the flask or the cask of wine that has been deemed possibly salvageable.
Okay. There's two actually, because you rolled a 22. They're about this big. They're not huge, right? They're not full.
Ryson, I need you to come in here and carry something for me.
I'm not going in there. I can smell what it's like from out here. Can you roll it? Can you just roll it?
Yeah. So like, Orim will carry one, and then he'll like just kind of like roll the other one with his foot, like a kind of like soccer ball, just slowly out as he. Is there anything else in this room? I guess I should before I vacate with my
22. Like there are a few more intact casts, but almost everyone you found, you had to search through quite a few to find this. You can just smell they are spoiled. Like the seal has gone bad at some point in their history.
Okay. Then he takes the two casks and just starts he'll vacate the warehouse and hook up with Ryson back outside.
Ooh.
You guys regroup with these casks Orim has found. Are you continuing to check out this warehouse or going to catch up with your friends?
Was there like with my 22? Was there like a room beyond the gold room?
No, this door wasn't kind of set in the exact center of the warehouse, so it's like maybe a third of it or so was this like cold storage you found, and then the other 2/3 was
dry storage.
Dry storage, yeah.
Okay.
And you've got a pretty good idea. You've seen most of what this place is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't have a reason to go back in there. I have found what I have come for. Ryson, carry this barrel for me.
I could probably carry it, right? I don't know.
Yeah, it's not huge. You can carry
it. As I guess we start to head back in the direction of where we started to split off from everybody, Ryson just says to Orim, I'm not done looking around here, but we should probably get back.
If you want to go check out some other places, let's go.
Honestly, let's do that.
All right.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So you said we saw some more intact structures. Were there any intact structures in the direction where our friends went? Because if we could kind of two birds, one stone this situation.
Sure. I'll get a perception check from you guys, and we will jump back over to Gorka and Halafor. Okay, so you're going to be, with 11 and 10, like you can see, and you guys both have seen in the distance, there are more intact structures. The 10 and 11, you don't see any immediately apparent, so you're going to have to do a little bit of searching. You're going to take a little time. So you guys set off in the direction of Halafor and Orim. Not Orim, Gorka, keeping an eye out for additional places to loot, explore, whatever you're doing. Cool. We will come back to you guys in a minute. I'm going to jump back to Gorka and Halafor. So you two kept going straight along this wide boulevard towards the center of the city. Can I get a perception check as you guys are going, approaching this crash ship? There's a big boat in the street. Weird place for a boat.
Weird place for a boat. Want to go check it out.
I'm glad I'm glad that our captain was a better sailor than whoever piloted that ship.
Yeah, this is a massive feat. Whoever did this.
You make your way towards this ship, just walking along the promenade. You see the as Halifor previously noticed, the angle of the like trees and shrubs begins to grow more and more almost horizontal, just like leaning away. As
Just
you
imagine Gorka walking down the street like.
Reality is shifting.
This ship, I should say, was at quite a distance from where you came ashore. This was like maybe 2 miles or so inland. It was kind of like at the edge of what Gorka could see. Make a like, you rolled very high in your perception check. You could kind of just make out these details. As you begin to approach the ship, you notice a few things. Like I said, it is almost upside down. It's like lying on the angle where the bottom of the ship is up here. You see a mast just kind of like broken off and lying in the street. You see that you notice as you've been walking, when you entered the street, it was soil. There was no stone road or anything like that. It was like grass and dirt. As you've been walking this last like couple miles, you've noticed there started to be patches where you see stone poking through again. The soil like seeming to start to wear thin. And it's gotten to the point where you're at now, where you're almost entirely walking on stone. There's actually very little like overgrown grass and dirt and whatnot.
Would like
at this
that
point.
seem weird to Halifor, given like how much growth is everywhere else?
You can roll a nature or insight check.
I would like to pick insight.
Cool. 20. Okay, very good. You start to feel the dirt growing thin under your feet and start to notice these like first like an isolated stone and then like patches and then like entire sections of street until you're almost walking entirely on just paving stones. And that's odd. You start to look around and you're noticing these trees, they're not only getting starting to grow at more of an angle, they're getting smaller. They're getting like younger looking. And less frequent as well. Same with like the vines, the moss, the plants. There's less of it. The occasional birds that you heard at the outskirts of the city, gone. You don't hear any of those here. It seems entirely unnatural to you. Like, you can't think of a reason why it would be like this.
Isn't it kind of haunting?
It's a little bit odd. Fascinating, but odd. I would have expected there to be as much growth here as back behind us, but not only is there's less, but doesn't really make any sense.
Sure. Yeah, rock.
Halifor's gonna
That doesn't-
cast Detect Magic.
Interesting. Okay, you cast Detect Magic. You go blind. But no.
That sucks for that.
That's what
for
Mom
Halifor.
always said.
Yeah. So, Halifor. So, okay.
Okay, boom. It's in that area.
Yeah. No. When you cast Detect Magic, you see auras of magic around enchanted objects, like very powerfully, right? You also, I think, see. Have you all heard of the concept of like arcane ley lines? This is like me talking to the players. It's like, yeah, this thing in D&D and probably other fantasy settings where there's like veins of magic flowing like rivers throughout the world, and that's kind of what part of what makes magic exist. I think when you cast Detect Magic, you see just faint bands of these ley lines, just like little streams that feed into the larger rivers of converging points of magic everywhere. So you see like faint outlines of this. Halifor, when you cast Detect Magic this time, you see almost in like arcane ley lines normally follow these like graceful arches and kind of curving geometric shapes and whatnot. You see almost angular, stark, straight lines. You see the arcane ley lines as normal, but you also see these other like pulsing black lines, angular and almost like straight, just projecting outwards and just like kind of pulsing very slowly.
So would Halafor's Simic Enclave have ever done anything in their like experiments that would have like either tried to artificially create or like broken like magic? Because this, like, from the description of what Halafor is seeing, he thinks like he's seen experiments go wrong before, and this seems like someone broke something.
Give me an investigation check.
Can I use a player advantage?
Yeah.
We only have one in this game, so I'm gonna snatch it up.
Okay.
Shit.
If anyone wants to give us more, you're more than welcome to.
Now's your time, people. Investigation. Shoot. Investigation at advantage. Is alt for advantage?
Yes. 16. Your question is like a failed experiment, something went horribly wrong here. Does
Yeah,
that seem
Based on what Halafor's seen casting detect
Yeah.
magic before, and what
Yeah.
like he knows that sometimes like science and experiments like can go horribly awry and have disastrous results. Would this like give him any like vibes like that?
I would say with the 16 you don't get that vibe. You don't know what the intended result was, perhaps. But this seems intentional. Right? It's not like the ley lines are fine. They aren't like messed up in any way. And
But there's this
like, these
other
are-
angular
there's
black.
something else here. And it has like little offshoots and projections, almost like a little web connecting the like larger lines of arcane force. But it seems regular, like fairly evenly spaced and pulsing regularly. Like it seems intentional in some way.
Is it centered around a particular point within the radius of the spell? Or is it like all over?
It seems like whatever it is far bigger than the radius of your spell. So there's no like converging point within what you can see. But as you walk, like it seems to just connect from further into the city to the edge of the island.
Gotcha. Gorka, I know you can't see this, but something very magic happened here. There's some latent effect still here.
Do we need to fight it?
I wouldn't even know how.
Then I'll leave the magic-y stuff to you. I don't know what to do with that information.
I love Gorka.
Well, I'll be able to see it for a while still. We can continue towards the boat, but just so you know, there's something here. And Halford's just kind of like shrugging, like recognizing that the description is terrible, and he's just like, I don't know how to explain fucking ley lines to Gorka. Like,
Just tell me when I need to fight something and we're good.
if I see anything that needs fighting, I will be sure to let you know.
Deal. Alright. Is the ship magic?
I don't know if we're close enough to the ship for it to show up.
you're getting very close to the ship now. So you do you arrive within like maybe 50 feet or so of the ship, to the point where you can start to make out details. There's a few unusual aspects that you weren't able to notice at a distance. For one, there seems to be an whatever name might have been painted on the side has long since like chipped or weathered away, but there is emblazoned, kind of, it almost looks like branded onto the back of the ship, is some sort of image, like an icon, an emblem of some sort, which I will show you. Isn't there a show to players? But oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, there. You should see that popping up now. You see this like burnt or like branded into the wood on the back of the ship.
Cool.
Mhm.
Halvor,
Yeah,
do you know
sick.
what that is?
Does
What does it mean?
Halifor know what that is? Because I have an inkling, but
That looks extremely familiar to Halifor.
To Gorka as well, or no?
Not to Gorka.
you just kind of see Halifor just kind of like look visibly like shook. Like, how?
Everything okay? No?
That
Mm.
that and he like gestures to like the symbol is the looks like this symbol from my group, the researchers.
Oh. Is this your, like, hometown? Wait, you're not old.
Comparatively to you, I'm quite old, but I just,
This old?
not this old. But
How old does the ship look?
So first, I will just mention to Halifor, it looks extremely similar. There are slight, and it's not depicted well in the art, but there are slight differences from what you would recognize as your sigil. But it's clearly the same. It's just like it has the air of previous draft, maybe something like that.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
How old does the ship look? It is very hard to tell because, as you've noticed, the plant life kind of receding from this city as you've walked further into it. You notice the buildings are getting better and better preserved, just less, new growth and vines and trees to weather them. The ship has, it is accumulated along the side resting against the street some soil into like a natural, or dirt into like a natural, almost like hill. Like it looks like just that the wind has picked up and deposited against it. That would take quite some time, so it has to be very old, but it's extremely hard to say how old. Give me this is gonna be tough for Gorka. It will be an investigation check. I'll give you advantage because you have spent some time sailing
Okay.
in the past.
1 second here.
Yeah, someone took the VIN. 18. Wow.
That roll with
Or-
advantage?
No, a straight roll. 18.
Oh wow.
Roll one more.
Okay.
It's old, right? That you
It
clicked?
is all. I don't know why it doesn't work for Gorka.
All right.
Gorka wants to
The
know this
game-
information.
The game wants Gorka to know.
18. And if she had another chance, probably 18.
It looks unlike any ship you've ever seen. Like, you've seen a fair number of ships in your time sailing, and like you probably are fairly familiar with the different types that Spencer doesn't know, so I'm not going to start like naming names or anything. It doesn't, like, stylistically, it is somewhat Like there's just little differences, like in the number and position of. I was gonna say the sails, but like the sails are broken off. From seeing the broken piece of mast, chunk of mast, it is like weirdly short, even for like a relatively small ship like this one. This one looks like it would be maybe about the length of the long ship you rode in on, which is not huge. It is also like fairly narrow. Another weird feature to it is the mainsail is broken off. You can see on the one side, like along the railing, that's kind of upwards in the air, there seems to be like a mast or beam running along the railing on some sort of mechanism with a folded up sail. Kind of like, I guess, the beams or supports to hold a sail. The cloth is long since kind of tattered and worn away. Hold it up against it. Looks like it would pop out. Which is like you haven't seen anything like that on any ship.
Halivora, I don't understand what I'm seeing. This ship is like not ship-like.
It's and Halvor's just like listening to Gorka, like almost like passively. He's still like fixated on the like drawing.
She's like, that's wrong, and that's wrong, and that's wrong.
This is wrong too. It's close, but this piece is missing, and that symbol is slightly off. I need to.
You recognize this ship style?
I don't think I do.
No.
I'm gonna go inside.
I'm going to.
Cool. Sorry, Gorka, one other thing that you would have noticed with that 18, there's no rudder at the back of the ship at all. No place for it. It's not missing, it's not broken, it's just not there.
Okay. Interesting.
You guys start climbing aboard. So it is turned upside down, so you kind of go around to the other side. You find this deck. It is a multi-level ship.
Sorry, any detect magic like pings from the ship itself now while detect magic is still up?
Yes, actually. There is very minor I shouldn't say minor. It's because it is like powerful magic in a way. But it is kind of a passive enchantment. It's like a with your profession, you'd be familiar with the concept of there's like enchanting items. There's also sigildry and runes to kind of grant persistent, maybe like kind of less flashy and like
convey arcane properties to things.
Convey arcane properties, to an object. You kind of get that sense that there's some sort of runic enchantment on this ship. Seems to be in some sort of probably abjuration would be the school, which is not. You've probably come across similar in other vessels. This is like a common thing, sufficiently valuable or large ships might have to just kind of as an extra level of defense against attack and damage, right? It's like too expensive to do to like the launch ship you rode in on or something, but for like a big ass galley or something, it would be protected as in this way. It seems to have that going on.
Halfor doesn't relay that to Gorka. He just again continues on inside the ship.
Continuing on inside the ship, it has multiple levels. There are cabins for will look like private cabins for officers perhaps. There's like a like more bunk area with like the regular crew might sleep in. There is there's kind of the expected things you would find on a ship. There's like a galley where, with a simple stove. Not even simple, actually. It's very well made and practical. It's just very compact. Like everything is compact to fit on this ship. There is storage. You find like extra sails and rope and things like that. You find a lot of things that are expected on the ship. You find, and it is, I should say, it's difficult to traverse because everything is upside down. But I'm just assuming with Gorka's help, you guys can get through easy enough. So I'm not going to call for rolls for that.
Beyond curious now, so if he needs to, he'll if there's some area that looks interesting that they can't traverse,
yeah,
he can make a wild shape decision if it comes to that.
Yeah, I think nothing has really required it. It just takes a little bit of time.
Gorka would first try to brute force her way through.
Okay.
You're
you're not seeing like bodies or anything like that. The ship seems deserted. Until there's one room that you find that you were not expecting, is unusual. You find, and it is almost in like the heart of the ship. It's towards the back, but not right at the back. Like there's more rooms behind it. So it's kind of a windowless interior room. You climb into this room. It's not large. It's, maybe 12 feet by 12 feet or so.
Okay.
There are, at the far end, opposite the door, these like heavy latched doors. They look extremely secure and strong. One of them is like hanging open, and you see a solid like 3 inches of lead behind the door, and a similar like lead enclosure inside. You see in the center of this room kind of a stone pedestal, maybe about this wide or so, fairly square with like kind of angular corners cut out, rising up from the center with like a crevice in the middle of it and 3 golden prawns kind of projecting inwards. There are, from the base of this pedestal, these like lines of stone and metal like flowing like veins out from this pedestal, some kind of climbing up the walls, some just projecting out under the wall to elsewhere. There is also, this pedestal hums very faintly with magic. In a corner of the room, and fuck you for like having the spell up so you just don't even have to roll. There is a powerful magic signal kind of slowly pulsing in like a very faint heartbeat. This like gem of some sort, or crystal, like kind of angular, kind of more tall than, like not round or anything.
Does it look like it would perhaps fit in the golden clasps?
It looks like it would perhaps fit in the golden clasp. The final thing you see in this room is so like that's on like one side of the door, like laying on the roof because the room's upside down. Collapsed kind of on the other side is a skeleton in like weathered rags. At first glance, there's very obvious damage where its clavicle down across its ribs shattered. The rest of it is fairly well intact. The rest of it, like just this section, looks like it got crushed by something.
Skeleton looks like roughly humanoid dimensions.
Yep.
Is there any... I actually don't know the answer to this even meta-wise. Are there any like unique skeletal features to Simics? As a biology guy, would I be able to be like, he has the telltale 37th rib of a Simic?
I think there is likely some small anatomical changes just based on, how unique Simic physiology is. Yeah, you can roll medicine for that.
Okay. straight up 10.
Yeah, the skeleton is old. You don't see any clear changes. You can't be sure if they're just missing because of the age and kind of the destruction from this whatever happened to this guy's chest.
Okay.
But it looks like fairly ordinary, probably human skeleton.
Gorka, sorry, you can't see it. That, and I like point to the crystal in the corner.
See the crystal.
Yeah,
Don't I see
sorry, it's like lit up like the sun. It's very magic.
Oh, maybe you should look at it. I don't want you to go blind.
Yes, that you're absolutely right. I think though it fits in this, and I like point up to this what is now the ceiling where like the pedestal is.
Okay.
I want to put it in, but maybe we should get our friends first. I don't know what will happen. I'm curious, but not quite reckless.
Yeah, let's get our cleric nearby for that, because that's giving me weird vibes. That's not right.
That looks like when you hit someone with a sword in the shoulder, right?
Yes. I mean, without all the skin and all.
Okay. All right. Well, someone hit this guy in the middle of this ship that looks like it comes from kind of maybe the people I live part of, and hit him with a sword with a ship that can't be here on an island
So if
that
nothing's
can't be here.
powerful and that thing's part of the ship, did it like do something with the ship? Like help power it?
I think we'll find out when I plug it in, but we'll wait till we have Ryson and Orem to help us.
All right, yeah. And leaving that there for now, not touching the jewel.
Yeah.
No, we're not touching the jewel yet. No.
Not touching the jewel
No.
yet.
Moving out, moving out.
Yeah. Halford goes and grabs the jewel.
No, she will stop him. Grapple.
Okay, grab fine. Athletics versus.
Oh my
acrobatics,
God.
athletics.
Both of mine are-
Sorry, did you say strength or athletics?
Athletics, probably athletics for you, definitely.
Riva, is that you?
Like how there's like one Riva joke per session.
It's gonna be- I already know how this roll is gonna go, and I already know what I'm gonna do. I hate everything.
Athletic.
Halifor wild shapes into a bear.
Okay.
They grapple the bear.
Halifor lunges for the crystal. Gorka easily grabs and holds it back, and almost immediately Halifor begins to change into a bear. You may
Halifor,
attempt
you're
to
the
grapple
one-
the bear.
Telling us to get the others.
I'm not gonna put it in yet. He grumbles in bear.
A bear's growling. Oh, what was that? Oh,
What?
Yeah.
that shouldn't do
Oh.
damage. Okay, I'm gonna give everyone
Uh,
it's back.
it's because caustic blood's on the list. I think
Oh goodness.
one of the things.
Are you doing the expedited evolution too?
Yeah,
My God, which one did you get for?
4. I'm extra
Which
big
is-
and strong.
Are you kidding? Wow, that is really lucky for you.
Yeah.
This massive. That is insane that you got that. I'm assuming you're choosing depth or strength.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick strength.
Gorka, you see this oversized bear just form in front of you, muscles bulging under its thick pelt. Go ahead and roll an athletics check against
Alright.
each other.
It's a
Gorka's
sexy
like
bear.
excited. Yeah, she wants to take this on.
Gorka's fighting a bear.
I don't have
Yes!
the bear stat blocks, Penny.
Oh, okay. Let me look up.
It's the and
What's-
to be clear. 5e.
So there's brown bear is probably stronger.
Yeah, I think it's the
Yeah.
brown bear.
15, 19. So this guy has a strength of 21.
Fuck.
Okay. So
Eddie's
it's
large.
actually going to be here. I'll just roll this for you if that's all right. It's going to be 22 because it should be a +5. Gorky, you try and hold back this bear, but it kind of just shrugs you off and makes its way for the crystal. You're just grabbing this thing with your bear paws.
Halfor would just like swallow it. It'll turn back into an item when I not watch it.
Swallow it? Wait, does it like turns into an item outside of you when you wild shape back?
I guess
Or-
we'll find out. It's a magic item.
Oh, man.
He's pretty sure it's not going to get destroyed by eating it.
It's not going to get destroyed. Okay. Listen, when you ate the person didn't come back, so I'm going to say
Yeah, but the person wasn't a magical item, so we're going to.
I know.
Halfor
But
just
I'm
need a short
saying-
rest to take care of business. We'll have a crystal in no time.
Cool. Gorky, you watch this bear just push you aside, grab this crystal in its jaws. Halfor, you feel like a little hum of electricity or energy as you pick it up and swallow it. Make a constitution save for the bear. Over here, the bear has a +3. That's good. 17. There's a bit of hacking and coughing. Gorka, you maybe don't realize until you hear this noise what's actually going on.
Halfor.
And then after a second,
Halfor just
Crystal's
like
gone.
looks up at
What
Gorka
the hell?
and just like
No. Should I just carve it out of your stomach now? Like,
Halfor just lifts up a paw and like points to like the direction that we're going.
there's something wrong with you.
I guess the question is, does a bear shit in the woods and does a crystal come out?
It's gonna be a bitch to pass. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, for real.
Gorka just throws her hands up in the air and just kind of like stalks out.
Halfor traipses along behind Gorka, quite content.
She is pretty exhilarated that she got to wrestle a bear, though, so there's that.
It'll be a great story. Holy shit. You guys make your way outside of this crystal. Last thing I'll say before we jump back to outside of the crystal, outside the ship. Before we jump back to Orym and Ryson, Halfor, with your detect magic and when you actually came into contact with it, you probably got the sense that while this is very magically powerful, it is in some way kind of dormant. And I'll say even with the now intimate contact you've had with it, you get the sense that it needs some sort of jump start or something to get going again.
Cool.
To be fully powered.
Excellent.
You maybe get the sense that if it had been fully powerful and you ate it, very bad things would be happening to Halfor right now. So good for you. This is lucky.
Scientific theory. Had the hypothesis, had to test. We'll document the
Yes.
results later.
Okay. Orym and Ryson. You watch Gorka and Halfor head into a ship, unaware of the horror that was about to unfold. Can I get you did your perception check, so you're gonna have to spend some time doing the search with a 10 and 11. But can I get a D12 roll from one of you?
Casey, you got it.
Right in the middle again.
Okay. So you start making your way further into the city, kind of taking a side road from this this ship. You find after you walk a few blocks, you're mostly passing more of these ruined houses. You're finding that you go from what seems to be a different neighborhood. When you cross this one street, you go from what seems to be a mostly residential area to more. It seems like it's more of a business or industrial zone. The buildings look still beautiful from the remains that you can see, but more utilitarian and functional than as aesthetic. Like you're not seeing so many like spaces for yards and gardens. Right, you're not seeing so many balconies. You're not seeing things like that. You arrive at one not super large building for the neighborhood. Like it's bigger than a house, but most of these buildings were, it looks like a fair chunk larger than that, right? They were more like similar to the warehouse size or a very large shop or a very small or like a good sized workshop of sorts, things like that. This one's a little bit like kind of on the smaller side of that scale, but mostly intact. There is a window in the front. The glass is long since broken, but you can see into what looks to be, if you had to guess, kind of a storefront, a fairly small one. The furniture is pretty busted up, destroyed, decayed with time, but there is another room beyond that with a sealed door that you get a sense like that it might be better preserved in there. And just the general aesthetic of the store, it seems like it was some sort of workshop. You get the sense, like you see bits of like you don't see like clothing shelves or things like that, just from the way the display stands that are apparent, and the remaining bits of merchandise, perhaps. You get that sense.
Want to check this place out?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, cool. So, can I get a... How about investigation check to do this search?
Yeah.
Or perception? I'll let you do either. 16. Okay, so as you set out across this floor, across this room, you hear the floorboards creaking underneath your feet. Ryson, you especially notice this, and you see as Orm's about to step down on a patch, like you can see that the floor is just like almost fully rotted away, and you kind of pull him back just in time. His foot steps down and kind of crashes through the floor a little bit.
Ooh.
But with your 16, you notice that in time to kind of avoid him just plummeting to the basement level below.
Well, maybe we shouldn't so confidently walk into this place, but if we're looking, if we're looking across from where we are right now, do we see like any shelves or anything like that?
You see some shelving in this room, but it's like pretty. This room is kind of exposed to the elements because of the broken open window, so everything in here is kind of busted up.
Yeah.
With as you get across the room to that door, you kind of push it open, having to force it a little bit, and you find what seems to be the actual like this was the storefront. You're now in kind of the workshop area.
Gotcha.
There is a very small window that, like, it's very small, and miraculously the glass has survived, so this room is almost sealed. The air is very stale when you open it and dusty. You kind of kick up this layer of dirt and dust as you plod your way in, but it is better preserved in here. Looking around, there are shelves filled with rusted bits of metal and like little screws and tools, chunks of like sprains, just all sorts of little mechanical tinkering components. Most of them pretty non-functional. You see some like half-finished projects and tools. You see a shelf that probably held schematics, plans, books, things like that at one point. They're all kind of lost to mildew and dust. But you see one item that seems miraculously well kept. At the far end of the room, opposite where you enter, there's this workbench, and on the middle of it seems to be a crossbow.
Fun. Ryson just scuttles towards the crossbow.
Yeah, it is kind of a steampunk looking item.
Sick.
A little bit. Like there's a lot of little more like gears and sprains and things like that than you're used to. There's a little hand crank. It has like a very fine metal grip that once you start wiping the dirt away is actually pretty nicely polished, shining.
Can you just do a quick check around it just to make sure it's not rigged with any traps or anything like that?
Yeah. Roll a perception check. 23. It is on a stand pointed at you. There is a string coming off it to the door. No, it is just lying on this. It's just lying on this workbench. It looks like a nearly completed project at the time of whatever happened.
Got it. So nearly completed. So there are parts of it that don't look like they're finished yet.
I guess you don't necessarily see. Yeah, it doesn't have a trigger. It's more like if it was fully done, you probably assume it wouldn't be back here still, right?
Gotcha. It was like maybe
That's
more
like-
aesthetic things that weren't a chance to get figured out, or
Yeah, there's like with all these little gears and springs, there's like spots where there's probably plating or something that's missing. And it's like maybe not 100% done, but it looks like it has all the main parts and is probably functional.
Given any of the stuff that I can see in the shelves, is this essentially a place made for weapons, or is this more just like general? Do I get the sense that it's like general tinkering or general workshop vibes?
It's more of that, right? There's no
Okay.
like forge and smithy. It's not like a blacksmith. It seems a little more like a tinkerer's shop.
The mechanical.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of? You said there's schematic books and things like that, but they're all mildewed over. Is there any
Yeah.
chance there's anything I can see that would give me a sense of either the stuff that was made in this city?
Interesting. Roll an investigation check. 10. This seems to be a fairly small hobby shop. You can't really glean from it too much about the city at large.
Okay.
Like it's possible that this isn't really even that representative of the city's economy, right?
Got it. Ryson grabs the crossbow and says, "Orb, look at this."
Orm was back in the main room with his head
Oh,
like in the hole that he almost fell through to go to the basement, just surveying the basement from the hole that he created just to see what he sees in the basement to make
Roll a
it to
perception
determine
check.
whether or not it's worth going downstairs.
Yeah, roll a perception check.
Convenient. I made a hole in the floor.
It's
Damn, it's dark down there, guys.
pitch black.
it is yeah, it's very dark. You see like a crate. You see like a single crate through this little hole in the floor.
You know, one crate is very enticing. Why is there just one crate?
It's more like you have a very limited scope. Like it's hard to
Nope.
get yourself.
There's one crate. I need to know what is in this crate.
It's the
Hey.
chair episode. It's the chair episode.
Oh jeez, gosh.
Orm immediately starts looking for the staircase to the basement. He has to get to this single crate.
Yeah, roll a perception check.
Oh, that's the wrong one. That's
All right,
persuasion.
here's-
Where's the door? There's my perception.
Oh man, I don't know if I should let you keep your good roll because like,
It was persuasion. Who I
but it
persuaded
was
the
still
building.
a 7. Give me one more. We'll call a mulligan on that one. Just give me one more. All right.
Oh,
Um,
where are the stairs?
so this wasn't so much about finding the stairs. That's easy enough to do. You see another little door off to the side that you push open. There is a small flight of stairs going down. This was for finding a path to the stairs that did not result in more broken floor and maybe broken dwarf. With a 23, you kind of, now that you are looking out for it, you see these weak floorboards. You take a kind of long route around this shop floor to this side door and make your way down the stairs. Pushing open another door, you see the crate. And then you see a bunch of other crates now that you
Oh,
can see the full room. Opening it up, you see like small ingots of metal. You see like a rusted, like a lot of like have a healthy surface coat of rust. But you did roll a nat 20. You find more like smaller crates and boxes with some more of these like nails and screws and springs and things like that. With your natural 20, I'll say you find a few ingots of gold, which because it's gold has not rusted or
Gold
tarnished.
doesn't rust.
No.
Orum's rich.
You roll a d6.
Oh, can I have advantage?
No.
Please.
You get 5 ingots.
Yeah.
5 ingots of gold.
That's how many ingots you drop through the floor.
To the next basement.
Is there a crate down there?
Yeah. No. No, you find these 5 small ingots of gold.
Woohoo!
They are stamped in an actual Dwarvish script.
Ooh, I can read that.
Yes. It is. Give me 1 second.
Use a special gift from your grandfather.
It is to Orim 2,000 years from now.
You love me! You really love
15
me!
months, Kodo.
Kodo.
Look at you.
Shoot. Where is it? This is somewhere in my notes. It is stamped with essentially the name of a kingdom, of a dwarven kingdom, which I'm trying to find in my notes the name of right now. But that's all it is.
How much does an ingot weigh? 1 pound? 5 pounds?
I think there is official rules somewhere that someone can look up for me, perhaps.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, I'll get the name for you
It
if you
weighs
care. later,
just
but-
under 25 pounds.
Holy fuck! That's too much.
One
gold.
ingot?
Gold ingot would be 12.4 kilograms.
What the fuck?
A
Alright,
silver
that makes
ingot-
sense. It is like a solid bar of metal.
It's worth its weight in itself.
Apparently.
Yeah. Cool.
Alright.
Oh man, I don't know what I did with these notes. Anyway, there is a name for it. I just can't find it in my notes right now. Cool. Are you guys doing anything else here?
I'm just checking for any additional crossbow bolts that I might find in like a drawer or something like that.
You know what? For the sake of expediency, we'll carry Orum's perception check forward. You can find 12 intact crossbow bolts.
Heyo.
From the basement you hear, "You're welcome."
How do I add all of these things?
Yes. You haven't identified the thing yet, so I'm not going to drag the actual item.
That's fair. It probably has
Yeah.
magical properties, so
It certainly does.
yeah.
I will add the crossbow bolt, so.
Thank you.
Are you guys doing anything else?
No, I think we should probably head back.
Cool.
I'm having fun spelunking. Orim would go back, but Orim does want to see if he can find at some point a temple-like structure in this town to see if he can glean any sort of understanding of who or what these people were.
Cool.
But he'll hook back up with Gorka and Halifor first.
Sounds good. Gorka, Halifor, you come out of the ship as a bear and as a Gorka. Just a couple minutes before you see the return of Orim and Ryson. Kind of all regroup at this ship.
Halifor is an idiot.
How kind of like does the sheepish bear like?
I was gonna say, is
You know.
Halifor still a bear?
The sheepish bear thing. Bah. Stupid joke.
Get out.
What happened?
He swallowed something he probably shouldn't have.
Have you tried throwing it up?
Halifor
Does he
punched his
want-
stomach?
Stand up.
Okay. How long do we have to wait?
You just swallowed it.
Can Halifor try and puke it up?
You're gonna just try and force yourself to puke it up? Okay.
Yeah.
Man, what would this even be? This is like willpower. You know what? Give me this is still physiological. Give me a Constitution save, and you know, this is the one instance where you want a high number to be able to throw you up.
This is the bear's roll.
Okay. Why did it roll as Reva? I'm scared.
Guys, we knew it.
I fucking called it.
Weird. Why did that happen?
Wow, that is so weird. I'm so confused by this turn of events, says the DM.
I did not see this coming at all.
Wow, you rolled a 1 + 3 to try and throw up.
I know. That's the essence. That's it's the opposite of what we want.
You know what? Here's what happens. You watch as Halifor starts retching and heaving, and it goes on for a good 2 or 3 minutes of this. It is awful to watch. Eventually, you do hear a and watch as this bear spews its guts into the street. You make yourself throw up, but there's no crystal in it. With a nat 1. You do feel like a very uncomfortable... You want to punch him in the stomach?
I want to punch him in the stomach.
Oh my god.
Athletics check, Gorka. Or strength check. Yeah.
Oh.
23. Halifor, you just retched. You are like kind of catching your breath, and then all of a sudden Gorka just walks up and clocks you in the stomach. Roll another Constitution save, and Gorka's 23 is going to help you here. 12, 35 total. Okay. With that, you're kind of heaving and recovering when Gorka just plants a fist into your gut. You then immediately are hit with another wave of nausea, and having just recovered from throwing up, begin to throw up again. This time you feel a lump passing your throat and you start heaving. You get... No, this can't be that easy for you. The crystal is about halfway out, and then it's stuck.
Somebody hit him on the back.
You're not choking because it is actually coming out of your stomach, so it's not in your windpipe yet. But it is in the middle of your esophagus.
Halifor
And it
like
feels
a bear
awful.
handstand.
You're also going to take some damage for this.
Bring on the damages.
Yeah, you're going to take 3 points of damage so far.
What? Wait, that was me!
I must have had you clicked.
Ryson stabs him.
Ryson stabs. This crystal is stuck in your throat, though.
Honestly, I just love that. I love that Gorka's getting to fight the bear with a perfectly good excuse.
Yeah.
Oh, if nobody slaps him in the back, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
You gonna hit him? Go for it.
Yep.
10, you slap him on the back.
Halifor's
that-
trying
was
to
that
do a
it?
bear
Or a punch in the
handstand
stomach?
right now. No, he understands gravity.
Okay, make a dex, like an acrobat, so just a dex check for the bear. And then, Gorka, you're kind of slamming him on the back. It kind of stings. It is not effective, though. The bear kind of stands on its paws for a second and then falls ass over tea kettle onto its back.
I'm just imagining a panda bear now.
It kind of dislodges the crystal a little bit, and you feel it jump a little. Looks like something might have torn there. That's going to be another bit of damage.
Halifor's just like opening his mouth to like Ryson.
Another
He's, like,
9 damage.
Just like pointing with his claw at his mouth, like.
Ryson takes a look in the bear's mouth, obviously being gestured to either look and possibly grab it from his throat. Ryson takes a look. Can I see this crystal in the back of his throat?
Perception check. It's not like at the top, so it's not going to be immediately obvious. 23.
Oh, I could probably see
kind of
something.
like lays its paws flat and opens its mouth, extending its jaw as far forward as it can, kind of giving you as straight a view as you can. And you can see when it kind of you can see as it kind of like swallows and the like glottis opens a little bit, you could see a little pink crystal. It's the edge of it.
All right, Ryson looks directly into the eyes of the bear and say, "Do not bite me." And then, actually, with his other hand, he grabs the sword, one of his swords, and he holds it in his left hand, and he says, "Don't bite me." And then he uses his right arm to reach into the bear's mouth and see if he can kind of get a grasp on the crystal.
Give me a sleight of hand check and give me a Constitution save.
Amazing.
Bear,
this is not the sleight of hand check you thought you'd be making today.
Yeah. None of this is what I thought you'd be doing here. No, so that... Okay, here's what happens. Yeah, the con save was for the bear. 20, you see the bear go to swallow again, and you quickly dart your little halfling hand in deep into this bear's throat. It's a very large bear, so you're able to slide it down, get a hold of the crystal, and start pulling back. Halafor, you try and resist, but reflexes kick in, and your jaw clamps down. I'm gonna say it's not gonna be a full bite attack, so why don't you roll? We'll roll the bite damage and half it because you are not trying to.
Does someone want to explain to Eric what's going on here?
Hello. Hey,
Eric.
So that's gonna be. Oops, that applied to Halafor. So that's 4 damage to Ryson as the bear bites down on your arm. Hey Eric, so Halafor is a bear now, and he ate a crystal he shouldn't have eaten, and now they're trying to get it out of the bear.
Hey,
Successfully got it out of the bear.
Oh, not yet.
Yeah, my arm is currently being clamped down on while I have a good grasp on the...
Yeah, Ryson, you got about halfway down before the bear's jaw clamps.
Oh, so I don't even have my hand around this crystal.
You do have your hand around the crystal.
Oh, okay.
You are holding crystal, bear jaw is holding you.
And instinctively left hand stabs bear.
Roll an attack at advantage against the bear.
Oh my god.
The bear is like right there. The bear is essentially grappled by you.
Yeah.
Can I, do I just target Halafor, or do you just want me to roll one of my
I need the bear.
Yeah, let me actually...
At advantage too? Can I choose not to?
Yeah, advantage.
Can I choose not to?
No. No, none of this is about what you guys have chosen.
I have to move next to
oh my gosh. So the bear takes 10 slashing damage. So the bear's taken the bear's taken most of its health. It's it's bloodied now. From trying to puke up this crystal and being stabbed.
I love that the scene here is Ryson's arm is in the bear's mouth. The bear is now clamped on Ryson's arm, and then Ryson's sword is stuck somewhere in the bear's shoulder.
This is how
and they're
Jaws
just deadlocked.
This is like the ending of Jaws.
So welcome in, Eric. So Scout, Orem, Gorka, is anyone doing anything as you're watching this scene? You all get a chance to react now.
Orem is just still like, what the... he's just like, I am so confused at what... Crystal, bear, swallowed, what? And, he's just... At this point, he's probably just, sipping from his whiskey skin. He's like, I'm just gonna wait for the dust to settle, and then I'll patch up who needs to be patched up.
Okay. Gorka?
I'm gonna grab Halafor's jaw and snout and start trying to pull them apart.
Make a strength check against the bear. Strength check. Gorka, you can have advantage because presumably at some level Halafor is trying to fight his instincts to help. So D20 plus 5 for the bear. 22. Gorka, you are able to take the pressure off Ryson's hand, but you are not able to get the bear's jaws open.
Ugh.
What
about Scout? You doing anything?
Does
Help!
I'm just taking it all in. A little shell shock.
Does Halifor know that, like, can he tell that, like, Ryson's got his hand on this crystal?
I would say probably, because you still have your mental faculties, and you're like Ryson's trying to remove his hand, and he did that before you bit, so that makes sense.
Cool. If I think like Ryson's got like a good hold on this thing, I will just drop Wild Shape.
Oh. Okay, just so you know, the crystal is like a pretty decent size. You're doing this?
I think it'll be okay. They seem to really want it out, and this will get it out, surely.
Bryson,
Halifor's smart, right?
Give me a sleight of hand check. You're gonna have to roll high, and there's Ryson's gonna have to roll a sleight of hand check. You're just unwild shaping.
Yeah.
I'm giving guidance to Ryson then.
I think you need to roll a dex check, dex save, or him to even have like time to react to do that, because this is all happening.
No, that's true.
Fast.
Yeah. Nope. Then he doesn't get guidance because I'm
okay.
still
It's all right.
like still just
I'm
watching.
confident. I'm confident in my sleight of hand abilities. I have not used them very much, and it's go time. So.
Yeah, 16 is not going to be enough to really mitigate this. Halifor's wild shapes are very quick, so you have like a split second where you see the change start, and you try and yank back as fast as you can. You get a little way out, but you get it like half of the remaining distance, which means there's about a third of the crystal. Like there's a chunk of the crystal out of Halifor's mouth by the time the wild shape goes off. There's another chunk that's fully in his mouth, and there's the last third that's in his throat. And so when the wild shape completes, you rip this out, and you notice a little blood coming with it. There's a bit of Halifor's throat that got pretty banged up with this thing. You're going to take 2d12 worth of damage for this. That's only 13. Could be a lot worse. Take 13 damage, Halifor.
That should be Halifor's voice going forward.
Yeah, and your voice is pretty fucked up for a while. But Ryson, you are holding this, the first time you've actually seen it, this bloody kind of angular crystal.
Covered in bear drool.
Bear drool, yeah. Some of your blood, some of Halifor's blood, some bear blood probably.
I sincerely hope this is what we were trying to go for.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Okay, thank God.
Good job. Thanks.
That's the first one.
What?
No.
Oh, not that crystal. The other one.
And so someone else get me up to speed here, and just so you know, Scout, Orima and I were just kind of off venturing around this lost city of sorts, looking for things while Halifor and Gorka were in a shipwreck. And we just met up with them, and obviously there's like a crystal inside Halifor for some reason. Yeah. So can someone explain to me what this crystal is for? What are we using it for? Like
on the boat. The boat.
We found a room on the boat. It has a pedestal. There were weird like vein things coming out of the pedestal. I think the crystal's supposed to go in the Class B thing. Halifor said it.
To get you.
Yeah, Halifor wanted to put it in the pedestal. And then...
But not without you.
He still swallowed it, though.
Yeah, so he ate it? That was the plan?
Yeah, I thought it'd be best to leave it there, you know? But...
I appreciate you trying, Gorka.
Yeah, why wouldn't you leave it on the boat? It's clearly been there for a long time. I think it could have waited 10 more minutes.
I mean, in hindsight, that's probably true.
You also said it shines like the sun with, like, your magic vision. Lots of issues here.
Bryson as upon hearing that, is very wary of holding it now. and almost like kind of puts it a little bit further out of his reach. Like it's just he extends his arm a little bit, kind of away from like his face, I guess. He just doesn't really understand magic super well, so he's always kind of wary of it.
Well, now that we're all together again, I can hold it if you want. The boat is like, it's got a symbol from my people, kind of.
It literally sounds like Sick Trevor.
It does.
No, I just want to be like, do we need a break? Do you need to drink of water or something?
Yeah. A symbol of your people?
Yeah, the Simic Guild. We have like a sigil. There's one that looks very, very similar on the back of the crashed boat. But like that, I can't explain it.
Is that a bad thing?
I don't.
I'm sure there's Simics all over the place, right? Are they dangerous?
They're not all over the place, but they're not inherently dangerous or bad. They kind of keep to themselves.
There was a skeleton too. It was dead.
I don't think that was a Simic though. Oh, sorry, Ari. Turn up your volume more, jeez. I just ate and then regurgitated a foot-long crystal.
That's
But
the
It may also be your mix in OBS.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for you to come over and fix my audio.
I know. Yeah, Ari, he sounds fine to us because in his Discord, his mic volume is normalized. But it's the you're hearing his mic through the streaming software.
Yeah.
I mean, who wants to go put this in the thing?
Not me.
I think that it'll...
Gorka, you're not down for this? You don't want to go and
I'd rather fight a bear.
When
well, we're fresh out of those.
You see, like, how for like gestured to like Orum's like widened skin that he's been like sipping on.
Orim hands him the whiskey skin.
Yeah, like
It's gonna-
pours it down, like
It's gonna
burns something fierce as his like
That's gonna-
throat's lacerated.
That's gonna sting a little bit.
Oh,
Gotta disinfect it, right? Oh.
Yeah.
okay. When I used detect magic, and then subsequently ate the crystal, I think it needs a boost. I think it's drained. Even now, it's powerful. I have an idea, but I didn't want to do it without you guys. I should have left it. It's just the Simic symbol. I don't know. I was excited. Sorry, Gorka.
Yeah. It's fine.
But you got to wrestle a bear.
I did, so you're forgiven.
Sorry, I was distracted by O'Malley's disappearing and reappearing head in the camera. It was like O'Malley was a disembodied head appearing like in some sort of like Star Wars ghost type situation.
I say let's. I'm fine with going back to the ship and seeing what this crystal can do.
Charge it up and put it in.
While we're walking there, I'll just reiterate to Scout, Ryson, and Orim that it's weird. It's like the overgrowth and the destruction gets less bad the closer to the middle you get. And if you can see magic, there's some phenomenon here that's just latent and purposeful everywhere.
Ryson immediately kind of recoils just a bit.
Sorry, Ryson, it's
everywhere?
everywhere that I saw while I had my spell active. I don't know, Orim, if you can also do that, but if you can,
you'll see it as well.
Not today. But I am familiar with the spell that you speak of. I just am unable to do that today.
Whatever it was, it looks like it was done purposefully. It spans a large area.
And I assume that the ship seems to be the center of the.
I didn't get that sense, right, Spenny?
No, it clearly goes on well past the ship.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't find a source, but it seems all connected.
All right.
I actually get an insight from Halifor while you're reiterating this and talking about it.
Sure. 21.
21 is really good. So as you're redescribing and kind of reviewing what you found to your companions and thinking about all these things you've seen, you remember when the detect magic was up, seeing like all these little lines, and there were some that were various sizes, some that were much thicker and more powerful than the others. You kind of look back over your shoulder down the promenade you have walked up all this way into the city. You can just faintly see the smudge of the obelisk standing on the edge of the cliff. And you swear, that line, that thickest one, seems to head right for one of those obelisks.
Hold that thought, Orem. Alfor clears his throat again, and he'll fire off another detect magic.
Yep.
Let me actually spend it so I don't forget that I've actually spent it.
When you fire it off, you see these thick black lines of arcane energy again, kind of gently pulsing. And they seem to move in a wave from deeper in the city outwards, kind of just slowly traveling. Not slowly, but like that, kind of. Yeah, flowing out to the edge of the city. And I think with your 21, you remember this kind of panic that in amongst your friends as you arrived at this island, and you all have kind of felt this gnawing sensation continuing, just kind of as you've gotten almost used to it, but it's been there the entire time you've been in the city. Every time you watch one of these pulses flow by, it intensifies slightly before kind of fading back.
I think those obelisks and that feeling we all had when we got here about wanting to not be here, I think it's all connected. I can see the lines now moving towards that obelisk at the edge of the cliff. Maybe I don't know, a enchantment to keep people away. One hell of a security system.
Something important must be hidden here. Why would they go to so much trouble to ward off?
And how did we get in so easily then?
Yeah, well, why didn't we stop us?
We didn't get in easily. You almost died. You were ready to pack up and go home.
You're right.
Gorka only decided to stay because she was more terrified of being afraid than actually being afraid. And Orem only came because I dispelled the effect on him twice.
Yeah.
No, we didn't get here easily at all.
Do you think that's all of what's trying to keep us away from this place?
I don't know. Those water
I doubt it.
elementals weren't part of whatever this is. That was different.
At that question, Halifor, you think back to on the ship when that hailstorm suddenly kicked up and you tried to dispel it.
Dispel the
Now
storm.
it flickered away
water
for a
elementals.
minute.
Yeah. There's been lots that has tried to turn us away. I'm tired of getting blocked. I think we press on even better while I still have this spell up.
I say, yeah, let's go back to the ship with the crystal, start there, and then press on from there.
I like it.
Okay. You guys are going into the ship and putting the crystal in the pedestal. Is that right?
While we're walking, Halifor is just kind of like almost like talking to himself. Like, maybe the Simics were investigating this place and studying it, or maybe they crashed and got trapped here. Yeah, that's probably it.
You guys walk the short distance back to the ship, helping each other. You kind of climb on board, pass through the door to the lower decks, and make your way to the central chamber that Gorka and Halifor found earlier. You find the scene that they described to you, the pedestal in the middle of the room, the heavy locked security panel doors at the back of the room, the skeleton with the caved-in chest,
And
and you see the...
just to
Mhm.
recap the depiction. So we enter into a room. Inside
Mhm.
the room there is the door we entered through, and
Mhm.
in addition, 2 heavy security doors around a small, not very deep in terms of set in, like lead-lined enclosure.
Yeah, think of it more like hatches, like not huge, maybe this big, kinda, and maybe like probably about 6 of them set over this. There's like a little, almost kind of like bench, like trunk or something underneath them, and then there's like 2x3 above that space. Yeah, and one of them's just hanging open.
Yeah, so it like just for like a meta visual, like
Yeah.
imagine like secure like morgue like
Yes,
slab
that's
doors.
exactly. It looks a lot like that. Yeah.
And how deep are the recesses behind each one?
Not very deep. It looks like maybe a foot to 16 inches or so, something like that. It's like a small cubic compartment.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't know what's
Um,
behind
Cubbies.
this.
Yeah, cubbies.
But I also don't know, Spenny, if you want us to slam a crystal in at the top of the hour, or whether you want to do break before we do that.
Is that the next thing you guys are doing? You're slamming that crystal in?
That's Halifor's plan.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys make your way into this room, Halifor holding this crystal that I hope you've polished and kind of cleaned off a bit.
Yeah.
Halifor has.
Sure.
prepped.
You kind of walk along the roof at an angle and look up at this pedestal and hold the crystal in your hands and just push it into place. The golden, like, claws,
Yeah.
clasp, kind of move inwards ever so gently to just touch it and secure it in place. There is nothing for a second. But Halifor, you still have Detect Magic up, and you watch, like, this crystal is seemingly mostly dormant, just slowly pulsing with energy. You watch as it kind of brightens with this pink energy, like one of these pulses beat. And at that same moment, you all feel the ship around you shudder and groan. You hear the creak of wood on wood. And very slightly, you feel yourself pressed into the floor just slightly as the ship lifts ever so slightly off the ground before settling back into place. We'll take our break right there.
Wait.
I assumed it was an airship. Yeah. When he said everything about the ship is different, and I was like, airship.
And now you know what all those metal jut outs were. The edge of the
Is there a giant dragon with lightning flying around by the name of Adirondack by chance?
Sweet. All right. So everyone, thank you for hanging out with us so far. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back soon. Kodo, thank you for the resub. And yeah, super excited to see what this airship entails. See y'all in about 5 minutes.
See you in a few.
Cool.
And we're back. We are
Ew.
snack refreshed, beverage refreshed, bios, and the like. And we get into this.
Okay. So you all feel this shudder and this slight lifting sensation after the crystal is placed inside the pedestal. And it only lasts for a second or so before there's a dull thud as the ship kind of crashes back into the ground.
You all felt that, right?
Sure did.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it felt like a Pratt & Whitney 1910 G turbofan engine.
Oh my god, the pilot would say something like that.
What do you mean? Back in my hometown, we had some of that on our airships.
I think that
All I have to say is it's cool.
it was fascinating. I think this might need like taps the crystal might need a recharge.
Do you know how to recharge it?
Well, I don't know per se, but I have an idea.
I don't think swallowing it again is gonna work.
No. This idea has some basis in fact and science. It seems like its energy has been depleted, and energy, as you know, takes many forms. I believe one of us may have a form of energy that is fairly conducive to transferring power from one place to another fairly quickly.
Is it me?
No.
Okay.
Scout,
Yes, sir.
you, I believe, I've seen you use it, I think, just once now, in our short time together, but there was some artifact you had that you threw, and lightning traveled along its course.
Yes, my trusty Sparky. You think it'll help here?
Truthfully, I can't say, but it seems like power, and this thing seems to draw power and try to feed the ship. That seems like a source of power that may transfer to it.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. I
didn't
could
prepare
also.
my
Go ahead.
lightning magic today.
Oh, that's all right. I could also call my ally Tyson Toll the Great, who's good at providing energy sources to.
Oh my
airships.
god. Oh my god.
I did not think about this when I was planning it.
Unless he's on this island, that might prove problematic.
You're right. He's a little far even for Delta to reach at this point. So yeah.
I don't think he's
good
even
plan.
doing energy resourcing for airships anymore. He's still within that, still working on airships, but
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course.
Gosh.
How the times change, but
Okay. Sure. So do we need to get ready? Should I just give her a go? Any preference?
I don't know how the rest of you fared on your exploration. But if it's all the same, maybe a short breather to collect myself, maybe have another couple drinks to fix some bad decisions.
If we're successful in this, what are we going to? Does anyone here know how to fly an airship? I have questions about the success. The success. Like, what happens when we get in the air? Where are we going? What are we doing? We haven't. I feel like we have to finish with the island before we worry about taking off in the ship here.
Well,
We can fly around the island, get a better view of the whole thing when we're on the ship.
Are there
Oh, you know how
any
to fly this thing?
mechanisms to control it? To control the energy that we've seen so far?
what if and Halfor just like reach up and like tries to pull the crystal out?
The crystal. Give me a strength check. Not a terribly high DC necessarily.
You know Halfor, he skipped leg day and arm day.
And there is definite resistance. You're not sure if it's because the crystal is meant to be removed or if it's because it is fairly dormant and low power right now. You do feel it start to like kind of budge and slide out a little bit. If you let off that pressure, it kind of slides back into place and the prawns kind of refirm themselves. So you get the sense it's not like stuck in there, but it is also not like trivial to remove it necessarily. Like it's not going to just fall out.
If our test is successful, we can disconnect it, and then, as Orem says, finish exploring the island. As I know, I for one am not capable or equipped currently to sail this, and I suspect the captain on the longship below would be quite disheartened if we were to leave them and fly away.
So, are we trying the Sparky test and then?
After a breather, if that's okay with the rest of you.
Sure.
Yeah, maybe like we should be ready to go just in case we can't, totally stop it once it gets going, but just an option.
Yeah, like Orem says, yeah, I'm fine if you guys want to take a break. I'm going to go see if I can find a temple in town and see if I can figure out more about the people who used to live here.
I can stay here for an hour and catch my breath and patch my throat.
Yeah, I'll look around for some controls and stuff.
I'll go with Orem. Yeah, Halfor, don't need anything else, please.
I'll stay here with Halfor.
No more eating things. Also, Ryson, sorry about your arm.
Okay, so Scout looking for controls. Halfor, Ryson resting, Orem, Gorka heading further into town. Let's start with Scout. I don't think you need to roll for this because you have time to search and it's not necessarily hidden or anything like that. So you start kind of clambering around this overturned ship, exploring, and you find it fairly quickly. You find you have to climb back up onto the main deck and kind of this is the most difficult part because you have to kind of scamper, kind of crawl along the railing using that as a foothold as the ship is still upside down to get to the aft of the ship, the back of it. Is that the aft? I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Buddy.
Hell yeah. You have to kind of climb along the railing up. There's a little staircase that raises it up over the main deck a little bit. But you get back there where on, a regular sailing ship like you're familiar with, you would expect there to be the wheel for the rudder. You see a very similar wheel, but there are next to it several other smaller levers and cranks and wheels, a few extra controls beyond what you would expect for a normal ship.
Okay.
So it does seem like its style is very similar, but there's just more controls to deal with.
All right.
Cool. Gorka and Orem, can I get perception checks as you start searching for a temple? Ryson and Halfor, you can go ahead and roll or do your short rest stuff. Orem and Gorka, you make your way off the ship. and you've already come from one direction, so you start walking in the direction, like further into the city of Nil Kelora. You're walking for a while, and now that like Halivar probably pointed out to you the way the flora kind of disappeared, and like shrank and disappeared, like that sensation is, or like that is increasing further. Like there's barely even a blade of grass as you get close, like further and further into town, and consequently the buildings are much more intact. There's hardly even like mold or lichen or anything growing on any of the exposed surfaces. You start to see actual wood components to structures again, where before they were long decayed and destroyed. Every step you take, as you feel like you notice this increasing preservation of the town, or lack of plant life, you feel that kind of dread in your stomach that you've been fighting against growing. You're walking for a good 20 minutes or so when you arrive at a central square. You're deep within the city of Nil Kelora now, and you finally see what you've been looking for. You see like a structure that looks very much like a temple. It's made of shining white marble with slight golden veins running through it. It is a tall and imposing and incredibly beautiful building. Even it has, of course, shown some erosion and weathering, but it is, free of ivy and moss and all of these things. There's none of that anymore this far into the city, and it is clearly expertly constructed. In front of this building is a statue. It is the statue is about 9 feet tall on this like stone pedestal. Figure of a heavily armored woman, like massive imposing plate armor. She has kind of long, wild, flowing hair behind her. Her features are elven. Like she's got the fine, delicate jawline, the pointed ears. Her hands are wearing heavy armored gauntlets, and like holding a great sword by the hilt, point down into the pedestal. There is a pair of feathery wings behind her, kind of folded up, but like almost as tall as she is. That is at this. I'm not even going to make you roll for this, Orym, because of your experience and expertise in religion. This is very familiar to a god whose representation you've seen several times recently. This seems to be a representation of the goddess Dalastra.
Yeah, I was gonna sound like Dalastra. Orym would just kind of like whisper, like under, oh, it's Dalastra. Interesting.
Should we be whispering for people listening?
It's more like he just kind of whispers it like as like an inner monologue to himself that wasn't quite inner. Let's go inside, take a look.
All right.
Well, can I get another perception check from you? As you pass the courtyard. Okay. Yeah. You pass the courtyard, you pass the statue, you head up to the short steps of the temple. Its doors are sealed and heavy. You give them a push and they slowly swing open, creaking on these rusting iron hinges. Inside is a
Why are we here?
Yeah, I'm just checking out the locals, see I'm a little bit surprised to see Dalastra in a place so old. I just
She's young.
wasn't expecting. I don't know. I'm taken aback at this whole island in the sky, flying ships, and just trying to get a
Cool.
sense of how these people
Stuff.
lived.
Gotcha. I will bodyguard you.
I appreciate it.
This is. You open the doors onto this like cavernous cathedral. You've been in another temple of Dalastra, but wasn't anywhere near this large and ornate. It's well lit from these like stained glass windows that line the sides, many of which are smashed by this point, but a few still cast colorful patterns of light onto the floor. But it's not like it's maybe not what you're picturing when I say that. It's not like the full rainbow of colors you sometimes see with stained glass. It's like all silvers, very light blues and grays, golds, whites, all in that kind of neighborhood of colors.
Pretty.
There are broken pews and benches lining the floor in these thick marble columns that support the ceiling high above. But the space seems empty and quiet.
Orem would just kind of, first off, check the floor for its condition, just to see if there's any, bad boards or anything that might break
Roll a
if he steps on them.
check. Yeah.
He doesn't want to end up in the basement of the temple.
13. You check the floors. They are this polished marble, now covered in a thick layer of dust and grime.
Oh, it's purple. Okay.
But you put your foot down and it supports your weight. It seems like this structure was incredibly well built and has survived the age as well. As you're kind of looking around exploring, you notice something a little odd. There is when I say it survived very well, it's as well as can be expected. There's still broken parts and cracks running through the floors. And you see in one of these cracks, there is a small plant that's kind of managed to poke through. One of the few you've seen this far into the city. One of the very few. The plant leans away, like pointing away from the door.
Would Orem kind of quickly put two and two together, like the plant is leading in the same direction, like all the trees and stuff?
It's actually leaning in the opposite direction.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Like, as you've been walking through the town, everything was pointing back the way you came.
Yeah.
This is now, the opposite direction.
Leaning the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Orem kind of just points this out to Gorka, like it's leaning in the opposite direction of all the other vegetation.
Gorka will try to channel her magical friends and ask the plant, why are you pointing in the other direction?
Sorry, what's Gorka doing?
Gorka's just talking to plants. What's wrong? What you got a problem with that? Let Gorka talk to plant.
Gorka's on some
Okay,
plant.
Gorka, roll an insight check at disadvantage as you say this to the plant. 9?
Oh, that wasn't a disadvantage one.
Okay.
Ooh.
6. Great. Plant's fucking rude. It's not answering you at all.
Yeah, she shrugs at Orem. I got nothing.
It was a valiant effort. Orem will make his way to the front of the church to the pulpit. Fuck, I don't think he's looking for anything in particular. He's kind of just looking around, see if there's anything out of place, out of the ordinary, or if everything's just kind of yeah, it's a temple.
Roll an insight or investigation check, I think. 19. Okay, I'm going to extend this check back a little bit. Now that you've looked in many buildings throughout, so you and Ryson checked out a great number of buildings as you were exploring the town, looking for stuff to, loot, check out, whatever.
Yeah.
You poked your head in a lot of homes and shops and whatnot, and you saw a lot of stuff left behind. But as you're looking at this pulpit and looking at the wall behind you, something starts to click. You see spots where art should hang. You see a spot in the pulpit where perhaps like a prayer book or something should be stored for sermons. You see, like a cabinet of sort, ornamental cabinet of sort that should hold, items, tools for religious rituals or ceremonies that might take place here. You see inside it, and it's pretty empty. You've seen a good amount of stuff left behind and kind of lying in ruin, but as you're thinking back over all these houses and homes and shops that you poked your head in, a great number of them were more empty than they should have been. There's still like furniture and stuff there, but there wasn't as many remnants of like possessions and whatnot that you should have seen in a city that was lived in, right? Like you expect things like, metal, like cutlery or like clay plates and stuff to survive the ages pretty well, but in a lot of these homes you don't see any of that, even as you poked your head through the kitchen. You should see like support structures, at least like the frame of artwork that was hanging here. You don't really see that. And you're getting the sense that maybe not everyone in the city just like died. Maybe it was vacated.
Yeah, like people left and they weren't in a rush necessarily. Like they had time to pack some stuff. I mean, like this would weigh probably heavy a little bit on Orym, on top of the fact that he already feels wary from the effects of the island. This is just like kind of compounding this unknown. Who were these people? Why did they leave? They weren't necessarily. It doesn't appear like they were in a rush to leave, because it seems like they had time to take art off the wall and pack it and pack the artifacts out of the temple and take them with them. So he's a little perplexed, but he'll kind of shelve that thought for a minute, and he'll just kind of bow his head and kind of give a quick prayer to Dal Astra, apologizing for the intrusion into her house, but then also just a quick prayer to protect the party as they move forward in their exploration of the island.
Want to give me a religion check?
Sure.
Fuck, really? Okay.
Well,
What
Orym's
other
one, man.
information would you like to give Casey today?
You just religioned really
Why don't
well.
I just
that's
read
all.
my notes as to what happened? No.
Lightning comes striking through one of the stained glass windows.
Good job, Orym. This way. Okay. Here's what it is. You had some rough weather on the way in to the island, but that's mostly past now that you're here. And for the morning that you've been exploring this island, it's actually been quite a beautiful day. The sun is shining. There's a little bit of wind, but it's not bad. It's pretty warm and pleasant. Hardly a cloud in the sky. You see the light shining in through the remaining stained glass windows, casting this light on the floor. And you stand at this pulpit, looking down the aisle, down this cavernous cathedral, through the open door, back onto the courtyard. Oh, that's heavy. And as you're standing there thinking about this,
Savvy's in
thinking
the
this whole
courtyard.
thing- Yeah, Savvy's in the courtyard just playing. You're looking at this courtyard, and like a cloud passes in front of the sun and casts a shadow over this statue at the center of town. And then it almost darkens further and further in your vision as you're just watching it. It darkens to the point where it's just like a pitch black wound at the center of this courtyard. The little black tendrils just pulsing off it. And then you blink and you're back to normal.
And it was just Orm who saw that, right?
Just Orm.
Okay.
I assume that the black tendrils, like Orm, gets a sense of like probably a sense of evil coming off of that scene.
Yes, you're in a temple of Dalastra, a goddess of light, and this is a spot where her light doesn't seem to shine.
Yeah, like a corruption of some sort. And the statue. The statue, center of the courtyard. Okay. Orem kind of like gets down off the pulpit, kind of rejoins Gorka wherever she is, and kind of like relays what he saw and says, you know, the statue in the courtyard kind of nodding out the door. Corruption has come to this town, a great evil.
You're an oracle now?
Derps.
Alright.
His eyes roll back in his head. A corruption has come to this town, a great evil. Ah!
Let's
Let
go
us-
spread the word then.
Let's rejoin the others.
Yeah, if there's evil, let's all get together again.
And
You head
yeah,
back.
like straight back, no detours.
Okay. Head back and rejoin the others. It's pretty close to the point where you're finishing your long rest. Alifor and Ryson, and Scout, if you need a long rest or
You
short
said
rest.
long. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Short,
Give me
short.
short.
When Orem and Gorka arrive again.
How
Um,
you guys?
in the time that they're gone, Ryson actually seeks an audience with Halifor.
I'm just sitting in the room. Audience granted.
Ryson goes up to Halifor and says, "So I know how you could pay me back for my arm. I've got this crossbow. I'm wondering if you could just take a look at it and see if you can figure out what kind of magical properties it might have."
I can certainly look at it and tell you if it is magical.
I have a gut feeling it is. It was in phenomenal shape in an otherwise completely disparaged room.
Well, I have some good news for you and some bad news. The good news is that almost certainly means it's magical, or someone took very good care of it. The bad news is I can tell you if it's magical or not, but not what's magical about it. You're looking for one of them wizard types.
All right.
I'm more of the naturey, natural types.
I see. Well, do you want to just tell me if it's magic or not? At least we can answer that question.
I'll ritually cast detect magic at some point during the short rest.
It is definitely magical.
If that was a spell slot, you shouldn't
No,
have done
I'll
that.
ritual cast it, so I won't burn the spell.
Oh, I see.
It's definitely magical. I'm not sure what school this would be, like the main enchantment on it. You know what? Actually, this is Halvor, kind of because of your background. You're not an artificer, but you're kind of familiar with artificery.
Mhm.
This looks more like artificery than like just straight up wizard shit.
Mm.
Like it's like a blend of magic and mechanics, kind of.
There was some researchers in the guild that pursued this sort of thing. I suspect that it is a blending of machinery and magic. Almost certainly more powerful than your garden variety crossbow, and maybe even more so than your garden variety enchanted crossbow.
I imagine it's more powerful than daggers, which are the only thing I can use to attack anything at a distance.
That is almost certainly true. Though you may struggle to use it with one hand.
Nah, that's true.
This is a hand crossbow sized, actually.
Yeah,
You will
yeah.
be perfectly fine using it with one hand. I'm going with what Ryson said. He said crossbow, not hand crossbow.
I was just told
No,
crossbow. This is the first time
yeah,
I'm learning
it's
it's a
fair,
hand
not-
crossbow.
I didn't say. It is about that size. It is like fairly small.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, it's very cute.
I think I'm just gonna try taking a few shots with it. Not at Halvor, but like at some obstacles I could set up against the ship's edge or something like that.
Yeah, roll me a couple attack rolls.
Oh, I don't have the crossbow yet.
Just roll me a couple d20s, actually. That's fine.
Okay. Beep, beep, beep. Here's the
5 or
first.
6 of them if you're just taking a bunch of shots.
I was thinking we were gonna like narrate, but it's fine. I'll do fine.
Pew, pew,
Just
pew, pew, pew.
do a bunch. Okay, here we go. Oh, this is good. Okay. So just table talk. Rules as written. Another way to identify an item is just like spend time with it, and you can learn the properties. I like to do that.
I
with a
just
bit
realized
of,
there was two now ones. So no.
experimentation. Yeah. So Ryson, you set up some targets and start firing off some shots. It packs a pretty good punch, right? It hits a little harder than you expected. You're like cranking back, reloading, taking another shot, crank it back, reload. You fire off a shot, goes wide. You hear like it. Make a dex save for me, please.
Well, good news.
14, I think, is just enough.
Perfect.
It is actually exactly the DC. You're firing this off. You misfire this one, and then you hear like a bolt comes flying backwards towards you. You kind of dive back out of the way. Take a few more shots. It happens one more time. But you're kind of expecting it at this point. Yeah, you kind of duck back. So you learn you have to be careful with this item. Say over the course of the hour, if you continue to experiment with it, you can learn its full properties, and I will show you what they are.
Cool.
You can
So far, the only property I can assume is it also fires back at its user. Super cool.
It's in your inventory as the incomplete Nil Kalorian crossbow.
Damn. Nice. Does everybody want to know? I can add it to the.
Yeah, I'd like to know.
How do I copy it into the?
Here, let me just make it visible for everyone under the items tab.
Sweet.
Cool. If you go over to the items tab, you should see an entry for the incomplete Nil Kalorian crossbow. If you're a fan of Crit Roll, you'll probably recognize this item. So I stole it shamelessly.
Truth comes out.
Yeah, you said it was steampunk, and I was like, that seems different.
Well, I mean, this whole place is a little different.
I know that one.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nothing bad has ever
Yeah.
happened to the person who wields that crossbow.
Fun.
Okay. So, but you pass an hour. Orem and Gorka arrive back. You get your short rest off.
Question.
Group. Yeah.
So with Lucky, he gets to re-roll.
Yes. So it actually
Oh.
is pretty good for Ryson.
But it would still immediately happen, right? Or do we just forget the one exists?
You have to roll 2 nat 1s in a row.
Yeah.
Because when you
Yeah, I
use
think so.
Lucky, the one doesn't happen.
Or
The one doesn't exist, so you would be able to just proceed to re-roll.
That doesn't feel
Wow.
fun.
Because otherwise,
then here's what we'll say. Here's what we'll say. The one still happened. You get to re-roll as Fire Halfling luck, but that bolt fires off anyway.
That's fair.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh,
Alright,
yeah.
let's do that. So you still
Yeah.
get the benefits of lucky, but like this bolt is just like the one happened.
Yeah. I love it. I'm a big fan.
Never like to live dangerously.
Yeah,
Fast forward like 4 sessions where this like finishes off Ryson in a
I'll be like, who wants this fucking crossbow? Well, again, my dex is high. Like, I feel like it's definitely very suitable for me.
It's toned down, yeah. This version of the item is also toned down from what they actually had in the show, I think, where it was just like you just make an attack against yourself,
Oh,
which is much
Ooh.
worse.
As Orem and Gorka come back, Halfor just kind of like picks himself up off the ceiling of the ship. It's like, how'd you fare?
Orem would relay. They found the temple. It seems like the town. The town was vacated, but it seemed like people had time to pack and leave. It wasn't like they weren't forced out under duress, or it didn't seem to be in a rush. And then he would also relay, after praying to Dolastra, the scene that he saw in the town square with the black tendrils, and he's surmising that some corruption has taken hold of the town.
Halfor like interrupts Orem like as soon as Orem gets to like black tendrils. It's like, what? Did you see them?
It was a vision shown, I would assume, shown to me by Dolastra.
That sounds like what I saw with Detect Magic. What you described is exactly how it looks.
Well, town center.
Spreading out from there.
Yep.
That's the same direction
Oh, and then he would also be like, in a bizarre turn of events, we found some grass pointing in the opposite direction of all the trees that we saw coming into town.
Was this near the temple?
It was in the temple.
Like,
was the temple on the other side of the center of the town square?
It was.
So it's safe to assume that all the plants are moving away from the town square.
Yes, that is. I guess that would. Yeah.
Halfor
That would
like
make sense.
pats Freyr on the or on the shoulder, like it's okay.
I guess I assumed I was still on the same side as the tree, so that's why I was
No, sorry. You did cross the square.
Got it. All right.
Sorry, I was unclear about that.
I
Freyr
hadn't made that connection either.
wants to reconvey that to make it seem like he's not an
That's
idiot.
fine. Yeah, that was my feeling.
No,
Enable.
I like it.
Hold
Hey,
on
guys.
and get this.
I liked it. Though.
I don't know
like
what
the
the fuck to
original
make out of this
delivery.
grass.
Completely unrelated.
Grass is the
Gorka
center
talks
of
to a plant. Plant doesn't answer. Orem confirms plant grows wrong direction. Perfect
Yeah.
story.
I kill that plant.
Yeah. Okay, then yeah, or then Orem would be like, and it seems that the plant material is radiating out from the town square.
Orca is surprised by the information.
Oh,
Well,
it all makes sense now.
Gorka's disappointed the plant did not tell her that.
It is.
well, do we
That's so precious.
is this Delastra vision thing important? Do you want to try and fix that, or the ship, or
I think we should investigate the town square a little bit more. We came back to get the rest of you before we did anything else, just in case.
Did you
we
eat a
ran
crystal
into...
on the way?
No crystal. Sorry, no crystals that we came across.
I did that before I went to get the others. Just seeing if it was a trend.
Most of the artifacts, unfortunately, were cleared out of the temple, so there wasn't really anything I could get my mouth on.
Well, it's up to you guys. I am curious about this ship because I think it might be a relic maybe from my people long ago, but if you want to do the town square first, Scout might be willing to throw that pointy thing at this later.
I think, yeah, I would want to check out the town square, because then we could always use this ship as a means to getting off of this elevated island if we're able to recharge that crystal.
I'd be willing to understand where we are before we start to get into something that may take us away from it, or we won't have a chance to really stay here.
Did Aurum relay the ominous dread intensifying as they got closer?
Yeah, he probably would have, like that dread that we've been feeling. Yeah, it gets worse.
I won't be able to shake it from any of you again.
Well, it hasn't really bothered us since we got up here, other than just sensing it.
We could start heading in that direction, and we can always come back to the ship and try and charge the crystal if we've got nothing else to do.
Sorry, Scout.
My vote is we head towards the town square and see what else we can find.
Yeah, that sounds good.
You can say now.
Yeah. How far is the town square? 20 minutes, you said?
Yeah, about 20 minutes.
Okay. When we get closer, I can conserve some resources and spend 10 minutes casting Detect Magic again. It may be useful.
Well, yeah, that might come in handy once we get back to the center. I mean, other than the vision was around the central statue, so we can start there and see what we can find out.
Hey, Halifor, did you say that when you found the magic that was, floating to the different
everywhere
parts? And did we see it was connected to one of those pillars?
It seemed to flow towards the one that I could see from the road.
Before we head to the town square, what if we just destroyed one of the pillars?
I can try.
Because if all this magic is converging into the town square, maybe it's being fed by these pillars rather than the opposite.
It flows towards the pillars. I'm not opposed to the idea, though. It does feel icky.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to just trying to destroy one of the obelisks either.
Was there one close to us? Is there one close to us right now?
No. They have the only ones you've seen have been at the edge of town there. The edge of the island.
We could go to the square, confirm the source with Detect Magic. I feel like, based on what we experienced getting here, maybe those obelisks are to blame for that. And they might be drawing power from whatever is in the center.
I like the plan. Confirmed at town square. Everyone ready?
Ready.
Ready.
Cool.
Not ready?
Not ready.
Okay, I'm ready now.
Can you ready up, please? Ready up. Yeah, just ready up.
please. Hey, are you
Ready-
there?
Hey,
ready,
yeah.
ready up, please?
Can you ready up, please?
Yeah, can you ready up?
Just
hit.
hit.
If
please.
you're there, yeah.
Okay, you guys do this for a while, and then pack up your gear and head towards the center of town. As you get close, Halifor stops you all. Spends a few minutes ritual casting Detect Magic, right? And Halifor, as you complete this, you open your eyes again and see, even stronger than before, these like black tendrils, these like sharp angular lines projecting outwards. And you watch the pulse of energy past you and towards the outskirts of the city.
What's at the epicenter?
You walk a little further, having cast the spell, and arrive at this courtyard. And you can see now a ring very close together of these thick black angular lines of power converging on this statue of Dalastra that Aurum has described. Halifor, you can't see any of the features so well because you just see like lines and veins, tendrils of this arcane power flowing up, and it's almost like a fountain. It like seems to erupt from the head of the statue and just flow down before proceeding outwards in this like web or net
Or
in all directions.
the statue is entangled and encompassed in this black, dark energy. I can barely even see this statue behind it all.
Do you think it would help if we destroy the statue?
I don't think that is a good idea. Oh,
Can I try anyway?
do you
No, Gorg. No,
Okay.
Gorg.
Are you doing it?
Oh.
No.
Halifor got to eat a crystal.
Or can
Orca
you
can decide if she wants to destroy a statue.
do you have any magic left to dispel enchantments?
Yeah. Yes, I can. I can cast Dispel Magic.
Aim at the head.
So Aurum will kind of like plant himself, and taking direction from Halifor will kind of aim his spell at the head of the statue.
Okay, go ahead and roll the wisdom check. I'm gonna carry your religion check, your prayer from Dalastra forward, and give you advantage on this roll.
Nah.
Okay, roll once more. It's not so
And roll
good.
better.
14.
I doubled up.
It's only a
How
4th level spell,
you-
right, Spenny? Yep.
Yeah, totally. Here's what happens. Aurum, you mutter the words, you cast the spell, you direct it to the statue of Dalastra. You direct it at the head. Halifor, you're watching all of this. You're watching the flow of energy up, out of the statue, and flowing all across the city. You see it flicker, and it is suppressed for a moment. It's like a pulse goes out, and then there's like a dead space where the lines start to fade, as there is a pause in the magical energy. You all hear a crack of stone on stone at this moment. The pulse resumes, but it resumes as it did before, but you can all see this like damage running through the statue.
I'm loath to do this, but I'll.
Actually, can I get an insight or perception? Or arcana, actually. from any of those three from Halifor as you're watching this.
Insight, Arcana, or what? Perception?
Yeah, you can choose.
Is the information different?
Fundamentally the same. Might be a
Okay.
slightly different
Okay.
twist in how it's presented.
I'll roll insight.
Insight. All right. You have a decent understanding of magical items, magical spells, magical enchantments, right? It's not easy to break magical items. And you're watching this energy flow with the dispel or the detect magic spell. And you're watching it flow through the statue, and you just watch the statue crack. The magic's continuing to function. Taking these pieces of information together, you're getting the sense that the statue is not necessarily the source, but maybe a conduit of source, or the power's flowing through it, but is not like the source itself.
How big's the statue?
Pretty tall, like 9 feet tall or so.
Gorka sorry, it's just Gorka, can you move the statue?
Yes, I will try. Where?
Not where it is.
Gorka will try to push it as far as possible to, I don't know, some random direction.
Give me an athletics check.
She's also fine if it just topples over, but she will
Yep.
try not to, but
Okay, got it.
Yeah, it'd be ideal if we
Wow.
don't break the statue of the god of this very important to the city.
Gorka, you walk across the courtyard, you brace yourself against this base and dig your feet in and begin to push. And it is difficult, Gorka. This is a massive statue. It is extremely heavy. You're pushing it across a stone courtyard. Just feeling the friction of the stone on stone. As you exert yourself, dig deep, you begin to feel just a slight budge at first, but then it's like the seal is broken, and as it makes that first little movement, you pick up momentum, you pick up speed, you throw yourself into it a little harder, and it begins to slide slowly and painfully. It is difficult every step, but you eventually do manage to push the statue aside. Only about maybe 18 inches or so before you're exhausted and have to stop.
bet your
Can I
bear
also
could
get-
make that.
Can I also get a wisdom save from Gorka?
My wisdom's better
On the
than
good side.
intelligence.
Oh, fuck.
How's
Gorka,
that?
as you push this statue aside, you are surprised. You almost stumble. Because underneath it there is a hole, a like smoothly cut hole in the ground. Descending, you can't see the end of it. It's dark.
There's a hole.
It reminds you.
It reminds
It
me.
reminds you of a couple of weeks ago, plunging into a similar hole beneath the Temple of Sithaniel, the last place you traveled with Riva, the place where you died. You almost hear from the whistling of the wind, the rush of air beneath, the shrieks and howls of those creatures that slaughtered you at that time. And Gorka, you're afraid. You can't be here.
Guys, it's been good. I'll see you later.
So,
Like,
do we see the hole now?
She'll start walking back to the ship.
Halfor's just like, fuck.
we're going. Like Oren's gonna like step up and like put his like hand on Gorka's chest and be like, Gorka, we're going down that hole. and he's gonna cast protection from evil and good.
Damn.
So
Wow.
does
Burn
that
its spell
negate
slots.
the condition, or
Let me
Yeah.
see. I think
I assume, like I'm guessing what the
Yeah.
condition
Can't be
is.
charmed or possessed by. I don't know about.
Or frightened.
yeah. I think this is the perfect spell. Damn,
Wow, the perfect
all right.
spell! You did it!
woo!
Gorka, you have to get away from here. You're ready to shove past Orem when he places his hand on your armor, casts a spell, and bolsters you.
Whoa! Oh, I didn't like that at all. All right, down the hole.
How big's the hole, Spenny?
It's big enough for a person to get down. It's not much bigger. It's like manhole cover size, maybe slightly smaller.
Okay.
And fairly evenly cut.
So she would have to have moved the statue more than 18 inches.
You're not this hole's not necessarily completely uncovered.
Oh, I see.
Like it's far enough that you all could probably get in there. It's going to be a squeeze,
Gotcha.
For everyone except Rayson.
except for Ryson.
Wow.
Ryson, it's great.
Yeah, it's true. I don't know why. Wow, another comment about my size and how it works out for me. Okay.
Shut up, guys.
So we can't see the bottom.
Give me a perception check.
Okay. I'll cast Dark Vision on myself before I make this check down the hole.
Okay.
Halafor's target is 20 feet away, and my range is only 5 feet. Trying to cast it on myself. Do I have to target myself?
Possibly. But as you do cast it on yourself, give me that perception check.
I'll just mark the spell off.
19. Sure. You cast this on yourself and you blink, suddenly able to see through this darkness. You see this. There's like a hewn set of handholds cut into the stone on the side of the tunnel that's like closest to you, that is fully exposed. You see down 30-40 feet, and you start to see this like fog or mist kind of swirling, and it breaks apart at times, and kind of just at the limit of your dark vision you can see dusty red earth, and like the fog moves in and covers it and obscures it at times, so then it kind of breaks apart and shows it. And what's kind of strange is like the tunnel that you're looking down is dark. It doesn't look dark when the fog fully breaks. It looks like there's light there. It is like not full daylight, but it's kind of like grainy red. Think like Martian rover images, yeah.
Halfor doesn't know anything's wrong with any of this, and he's like, okay, there's handholds, guys, on this side. Gorka, are you okay, or do you want someone else to go first?
No, I'm good. Ready to go? I'll take the lead.
I'll follow Gorka.
Cool. You all start descending down this cavern beneath the city of Nilkilora. The handholds are deeply cut and firm, so it is not a terribly difficult climb, though it is perhaps somewhat nerve-wracking, both from the kind of continued arcane influence and the just sheer situation you find yourselves in. But you climb down through this fog, which is like cold and damp as it touches your skin. And one by one, you settle down onto kind of a dusty red earth path. You look around and you see, I'm not going to move you to the map quite yet, because it's slightly different than the map. It's weird because it's a place that is familiar to you all and not familiar. It is... The earth around you is... It looks like that Martian landscape, kind of, that I talked about. Like dusty red earth, you're on a slightly darker patch that seems to be a path. There's these bare trees, branchless, scattered about this kind of field clearing you're in. You can't see too far before this fog just kind of obscures it. You look up, you can't see a sky, there's just fog. But it's weird because you only climb down 60 or so feet, but you feel like you can see further up than that. It doesn't quite make sense. And you look around, and you're standing on this path, and you look behind you, and there's a well, a fountain, dry and empty. You look in front of you, and there's a set of double doors, a structure, a stone building, a temple. The Temple of Nathaniel that you visited with Riva so long ago, that you met Helifor at. You're standing in front of a version of it.
Have you know I sent you a Facebook message, Spenny, and I am displeased with you.
It's not exactly that.
Ryson immediately runs to the fountain and sees if there's anything in it.
Ryson, you look down in the fountain. It is dry, and you see a pile of ash and dust.
Ah.
No, you're not getting that back. You made your choice.
We met here, but not here.
Sorry, and where did we just climb from? Like, where did we just climb down?
There is... so kind of in the mist, you can kind of see this... Yeah, you can... As you look back, you kind of see this, like, column of rock with these handholds set into it. And the mist flows past... parts again, and it's gone. You just see dusty trail.
Well, shit.
That was our way out.
What?
There's no music on this map, by the way.
Yeah, sorry, I just double checked.
It's okay.
What did you find in this place before I met you?
Oh my god. Inside this chapel, there were 4 statues that we had to fight that were ourselves.
That sounds unpleasant.
And then we had to climb down underneath this chapel, and there was a few rooms, and there was 4 paintings, and the paintings depicted different things related to Dol Astra. And we went down even.
Guy with poison gas.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
And the slimes, we had to fight those slimes.
And then we went through a jaw, like a skull of some kind, I think.
Yep.
And then we went further down, and a member of our party who had been causing some turbulence among the group with, secrets, and he decided to, I guess, sacrifice himself. Ish.
We use that
very
term loosely.
charitable interpretation of Riva's actions, I'd say.
And Gorka died.
Oh yeah, and Gorka died down here.
Gorka would have been super dead though if Riva hadn't stabilized her. Just saying.
That's true.
Sacrificed.
Yeah.
I'm good now, though.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, we patched
Fuck you
Gorka up.
note to everyone.
Also, Spenny.
Yeah.
What's detect magic look like as we land in this hellscape?
Remember when I said you went blind earlier,
Yeah.
this actually kind of happens now. Everything about this place is magic.
Yeah. Oh.
You
Does
can
he
kind
see,
of
like Halfor like rubbing his eyes like is it the I guess the first question is it illusion school magic?
it is illusory, yeah.
Wherever we are isn't quite real. Everything seems touched by illusion. I can't make out any details because it's everywhere, but I don't think we're gonna find answers standing here. And whatever was coming up out of here is still coming out of here.
Well,
Bryson takes a gold piece out of his satchel and just goes to throw it in the fountain.
Throw it in the fountain. You toss it down, and even as it's falling, before it hits the ground, you see it begin to corrode and form into dust and kind
He
of
turns around and looks at the doors.
evaporate. The doors slowly rattle, creak, and open.
So it's the same place.
The layout's very similar. There's subtle differences. It's not quite as beaten up and destroyed as the map depicts now and as what you remember.
obvious question right off the top. Do I see that?
Yes. As you look in, you see standing across the temple in front of the pedestal what looks to be a young woman, an elf. She's got like kind of long brown hair loosely laid back over her armor. She's very heavily armored. Plate mail, just shining and glimmering, although dented in places. You see that she wears a tabard over her plate mail with the kind of starburst and sword pattern emblem of Dalastra. And she stands feet apart and kind of hands down at her side, fists clenched, kind of in a ready position, it almost looks like. And her jaw is clenched and set, and her head's kind of tilted up, just staring into the center of the room, upwards. And you see, and this is different from what you saw when you visited this place. You see like a chandelier with these like thick iron bands in kind of spherical pattern, kind of overlapping in kind of a random manner, and blazing from inside of it, there's this like bright golden light that she's just staring at. Halfor, when you look at it, you see this light as well, but you see it almost as a shell containing this pitch black void. It's kind of swirling and undulating. And you see like lines of power escaping the gold and flowing really all over the place, all over this room, all over this temple, all over this like landscape you find yourself in, and also flowing into this woman. It's almost like a line connecting them, anchoring them together.
Does she look like aware of our presence with my passive of like 19?
With your passive of 19, she doesn't necessarily react, except for a slight flicker of her eyes down to the door, and then back up to the chandelier. Also, with your passive of 19, you hear kind of a sound from within the room, not from
Sorry, just kidding.
where
My
she
passive's not
stands.
19 yet on this guy.
Okay. I mean, pretty high still. What is it?
Math here.
16 or something?
16.
Yeah, you hear kind of a sniveling, or like kind of kind of like a sniveling, sobbing sound almost from somewhere else in the room. And unless you have a very bad passive perception, you all probably hear that faintly.
Before like anyone can like move, Like Halfor just like holds out his arm kind of like in front of the door, like that light isn't light. It is total darkness. Whatever you see in there isn't light. It's the source. And it's connected to her.
So she still exists as a woman, right?
I suspect she might be what's keeping it here. Or holding it somehow.
I'm so confused.
It snaps down towards you at this point, and she just says in a clear, ringing voice, "You should not be here."
I was totally gonna guess that. It was, you shouldn't be here.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, no shit.
Halfor just like looks back. You are losing this battle. I can see it.
No. I'm not. He goes back to staring.
Sorry, is she battling? Halfor, please. So she's battling to keep that light. Actually, a form of darkness.
I think she has. Halfor looks again while like detect magic is still up. I think that's Dolastra's sigil, right, Aurum?
Yes, that she is a servant of Dolastra.
I think she may not be anymore. I think she may have lost her vigil.
Well,
Her head snaps back to you when you say this, and she looks furious. It's like, no, I haven't. Many things, but never that.
Orim would like step forward and say, "You need help to fight this. We can help you push back the darkness."
Her attention kind of like turns back to the chandelier again and stares at it. She doesn't even seem to hear you fully. But after a moment, she addresses you again and says, "Zerakia and Valksik. I can't feel them anymore. You're doing?"
Did we kill those people? I don't recall.
No.
Can I get a history check from everyone?
I don't
remember
think
one
we
of those
did.
names. Do I get to apply my researcher? premise?
Researcher? Sure, fuck it. Yeah. This is the Deep Lores. Okay. Aurum and Halfor. Those names are familiar to you, and it's becoming kind of a theme, but those are two more names of this adventuring company that you've kind of been learning about recently. Two more of those heroes.
Mm-hmm.
I would call back, just kind of like look at Aurum, kind of like give the nod. Not our doing, but I think you may be the last. Let us help.
I'm not the
Uh,
last.
Yeah, Orim would like step into the temple at this point. Oh god, what the fuck?
Aurum, as you step into the
Oh,
temple, you hear
Has he
The
been here the whole
source-
time?
yes,
The whimpering.
you hear the source of the whimpering and the snuffling, and you see kind of splayed out in the one corner, cowering from this light almost, this figure dressed in these fine robes, now like grubby and grimy. and just like disheveled, patchy, torn.
I know who this is.
It's a
The lady.
I
think
this figure is like thin and gaunt and kind of cowering and hiding. He kind of turns to look at you as you enter and pushes himself away, and his face looks like plaster almost. Like he has thin elven features, but they are unmoving and just like frozen in place. They look kind of stern and like kind of uptight a little bit, for lack of a better word, but just like frozen in that expression. She sees you looking at him, and she stares at him and just like frowns.
Oh god, I don't know what to make of any of this.
Can I get insight rolls actually for the first two of you who entered?
Can I roll since I can see him from where I am?
Yes, you may, Gorka. 20? I'm sorry, Halfor actually shouldn't be rolling.
Okay.
Gorka, something is very familiar about this person. Orem, those robes look familiar. You've seen a figure wearing those robes before. At this place. The real one. You're not... It's difficult to place exactly in the moment.
Okay.
She like stops staring at him and like turns her head back to all of you. Just, do any others know of this place? How do you know?
We saw the evil spread across an island.
Can I hear this conversation?
Yeah, for sure.
Halfor's not being quiet. Yeah.
We found Selenar's journal.
He snarls almost, or like kind of like grimaces, and turns and stares back to him. This man in the corner. She just says, she's almost like lost in thought again. She says, he was a very good person. One of the
She says that?
most virtuous. Yes.
Okay, we got a problem then.
One of the most virtuous elves I ever knew.
No, Selenar was good.
Selenar's good. Yeah, Selenar's good.
Selenar just.
I mean, he goes crazy by the end, but he was pretty good.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I remember the end of that journal, and I would not say that was a good ending.
I've seen this film before.
Are you...
He was pious. He was a true believer. And there were none more worthy than Selenar. She just stares at him. This
is Selenar?
Is what became of him.
That's what I thought!
What do you make of that?
She's asking
Are
us
you...
what we make of that?
Yeah. She's like half lost in her own thoughts. She seems like easily distracted. In a way.
Are you Elnaris?
Her head snaps back to you when you say this. Not here by accident, then. How many others know?
How many times did you read that journal? Jesus.
I'm pulling it up now because I'm going back. There was a moment like 10 minutes ago. I was like, I probably should read that again. Well, and especially because the names are,
Yeah, because the names are what they are.
Well, I was looking for names, and I'm reading these passages again. I'm like, this makes so much more sense now.
Is that in our?
It should be in the journals tab under Temple of Nathaniel. Yeah, should have the whole thing.
I'll link it again.
It is. I'm sorry, the ownership got.
I do not have it in my journals tab.
It should be now. In your
got it now. Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm just gonna do a quick power read. I need to know who I'm supposed to kill here.
She goes back to staring at him. It's
Selenar,
crazy.
when did you come here? Or when did he come here? I don't know if he's talking.
Selenar isn't talking. She stares at him. I don't think he's really here.
When did you
Hard to
start
remember sometimes, but
losing control of that?
I have not lost control.
Then perhaps you can explain why it stretches out of this place and across an entire island.
Because we built it that way. It had to be hidden away. Couldn't be destroyed. But it's powerful. You can use it to keep it hidden.
Keep what hidden?
Her gaze just slides back to the center of the room, to the chandelier.
Halfor like looks at Orim and like whispers, I don't think she's going to stop.
I think you're right, but what is killing? Like,
I don't know what happens though if we stop her.
Exactly. Like, is this force that she's containing going to be unleashed if we stop
Yeah.
her?
In the last minute of
Yeah.
detect magic, is the line going from her to the darkness, or the darkness to her?
Give me an investigation or arcana check, I think. You're gonna get some information because you do have detect magic up. 21's really good. There is a line between them that doesn't necessarily seem to flow one way or the other. And that is kind of at odds with the rest of what you have seen in getting to this place. You saw power clearly flowing outwards. But you look at this thing and it is powerfully magic. You look at her and she is powerfully magic in her own right. But it is... They are linked somehow. There has been like some sort of arcane connection forged between them, but she's not necessarily drawing on it or
feeding it.
No, or feeding it.
It's a stalemate
and
between.
It's not necessarily like she's keeping it contained in the sense that it's surging or something, right?
Yeah.
She's talking about hiding it, but it's not like it's like a reactor that she's trying to keep from blowing.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But there are still all the other tendrils coming out of this thing flowing
Yes.
wherever.
Yes.
This... Halfor is addressing her again. This power is evil.
Of course it is. It's the most evil thing I have ever seen. Second most.
And yet you would permit it to exist.
She almost rages at this. She yells back at you, "Permit!" There was no other choice. We couldn't destroy it. We broke it down as best we could. But if we can't get rid of it, we'll keep it hidden.
Who
and
is
keep it safe. Who? It was his. Lord of Lies. Deception.
Are you talking about Selenar?
No.
Are you talking about Zenithiel?
Nathaniel.
Nathaniel, thank you.
Cocks her head. No. She's starting to like kind of almost mumble and ramble to herself at this point. We killed him, but we couldn't destroy it.
It was inside of him, wasn't it?
No. No, it was his. His weapon, his tool. What are you doing?
Halfor like looks to Orim like,
Or I'm slipping through the journal like, I don't know, I'm trying to decide still. Fuck.
We're trying to leave places less evil than we find them.
Yeah. Delastra showed me the corruption in the town up on the surface. I asked her to guide my party, and this is where we ended up.
her own goddess wants you to stop.
He's like hearing these words and takes a step forward and points now at Selenar. But that's the problem. Delastra is good. Selenar was good. And this is what happened. Zethaniel was good, and Zethaniel fell. You know what I think that means? I think that means virtue and goodness are hollow things. They're vanities to be shown off. They're too easily broken. Duty.
Halfor is you know, very much like in line with the fact that like things are good and things are bad, and like he tries to come down on the side of good more often than not, and this like kind of like self-pity, like, you know, the good people lost, so that means good's no good line like is vexing him. So he'll say the only thing that was weak, sounds like, was your commitment to good, so easily swayed to take up the mantle of evil. You don't
He laughs at
deserve
this.
Delastra.
She just fully laughs at this. Easy. I have stood unending vigil for centuries. You call that easy?
I call that selfish.
I do this to protect the world. I watched it nearly crumble to dust. I descended into the abyss, and I threw back the monster, and I took his staff. And I keep it from them still.
She wielding
And you still don't think
staff
they're-
currently?
You want.
Yeah.
Nope.
I think it's the staff, it's a metaphorical staff.
I think it might be
Staff
a
was
literal
in you
staff.
all along.
The real staff is the friends we made along the way.
You call that easy? You call that lack of commitment?
Halfor's like nudging Orim now, like unhinged bad lady getting closer.
Yeah, or Orm kind of like takes a step forward, pulls up like his shield and warhammer. I don't think we can allow you I think you've done what you can, but I think it is you who is causing the darkness.
Don't you think you should give good a chance every time you see it? If you've been here for centuries, have you ever seen anybody come down here before like us?
Okay, a couple things happen.
Yeah, sorry. We're trying different strategies at the exact same time.
No worries. Aurum and Gorka, as you advance on her, you see as she gets closer now, her fine features, her like smooth skin are slightly like cracked and broken, and you see just faintly brilliant golden light burning from beneath her skin.
Ooh.
You Ryson, ask about others who have come down, and she just points out the window, and you see rows of simple stone graves.
Cool.
Yeah. You see her, she sees you advancing on her, kind of squaring up, and she holds out her arms, and you watch as a shield, a metal heater shield, forms in one, and a long flail forms in the other. And she starts advancing on you quickly. She says, "I have stood my vigil for centuries unbroken. I will not break today. You should not have come here." We're gonna roll initiative.
Oh, fuck.
Can we just all just like, I don't know, make a snack and go home? Like, isn't there like break bread?
I think it's 10:40. We'll do like maybe one round and then call it for the night.
Big money, no whammies. That was a whammy. That was the opposite of big money.
Oh wow, she really whammied. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's get this going. Top of the order, Scout. You watch as she forms up this weapon and shield and begins advancing on your allies quickly.
Not that I'm complaining, but she's not in the combat order.
She is. She rolled very, very bad.
I don't see her there though.
I don't
Yeah,
see her in.
Because she hasn't taken a turn yet, it might not reveal it where she is.
The shade.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll reposition so that I can have 3 of my allies in my crosshairs as I try and aim through all of them.
Nice.
Yeah, just for maximum effort here. Then I guess we got a little like Dread Ambusher stuff, right, Spenny?
Yep.
Yeah, so maybe I'll do a normal attack roll, and then I think if it hits, we'll do some extra stuff.
Looks good. 17 misses. Just clangs off her armor.
Yeah, saw that coming.
Alright.
Not the right music at all.
No, dragons.
That house got fucked up though.
Suddenly dragons.
12 misses.
No.
We're retiring.
Oh, no.
Beauty.
roll.
What's that?
No, we're retiring the crit fail roll. I don't want to kill a player with a fumble like that.
But I lined them all up so nicely. No, that's okay. Alright. So anything then, or...
Don't you get an extra one with Dread Ambusher for your first turn or something?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
I think that's... 27 does hit.
And an extra
For
D8.
11. Oh, yeah.
Coming up.
Oh, yeah, she's bloodied.
Damn.
No.
I was like, what?
Wait.
Oh, sweet child, no.
She has a speck of blood. That's it.
Yeah. Cool. Scout, end of your turn. She will take a legendary action. I need... Who's within 30 feet of her?
Me.
Scout and Ryson are not, so I need a con save from Gorka and Orym. As you watch, as she's advancing on you, her footsteps starting to, her pace starting to increase. Her armor begins to glow brilliant gold. Gorka, that's a fail. Orym, that's a success. Halafor.
Oh, I need to, right? You didn't say anything.
Yes.
So I get confused.
Yeah.
Coming up. Con save?
Yep. That is a fail. She gives off this brilliant burst of light that you all kind of have to blink and wince back from. Gorka and Halafor, you are blinded
Oh,
until
no.
the end of her next turn.
Damn.
Gorka, it's your turn.
Okay. Gorka's blind, but she's still gonna rage. And she will also initiate Soul Sucker when she does that.
Go for it.
Alright. Use. Right. Why does it show rage twice?
Rage.
It's okay. I'll get rid of one.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. Yes. And then she will walk blindly in the direction that she last saw the shining woman.
Yep, you can hear the clanking armor. Pretty easy to get up to her.
And we'll just kind of randomly swing Birthright in that direction.
Go for it.
Disadvantage, I'm assuming?
Yes.
We'll see if it...
16 misses.
Alright. It didn't roll with the disadvantage, but it still missed.
Oh.
And I'll... yeah, throw that one more time.
Misses.
Oh, shit.
And you
Yeah,
say
she's-
plate armor for the win.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I think that is it for this turn.
Cool. You will use another legendary action, Blessed Caster, after your turn. I don't want to know what you're gonna do, Crimson. To cast a spell. He is going to cast a Spirit Guardians at 4th level around her.
Sorry, why is she taking turns between everybody else's turn? I'm just curious.
Legendary actions, my guy.
Legendary action.
She can do a legendary action at the end of someone else's turn, up to 3 per round.
Oh. Yeah, really.
It shouldn't be that big, should it? Yeah, 15 foot radius.
15
Okay, the
feet.
second one is too big, but the little one is right. Cool.
So the red X
So-
is the red square is bad news bears, guys.
The red square is very bad news bears. You watch
Yeah.
as this like light around here that just previously pulsed kind of fades back to this softer but still very intense glow. This space around here is intensely lit, and Gorka standing in it, you feel your skin begin to burn and sear with radiant energy.
Oh. Ow.
She will designate this guy to be unaffected by it. The rest of you can be affected. There you go. Ryson, you're up.
All right, Ryson is going to... What happens if I go in the Spirit Guardians radius?
It hurts bad.
Fuck, okay.
Spirit Guardians doesn't do damage though right now, right? It's
When you enter, it does.
When you enter, yeah, or at the start of your turn. So
Or
Guardians
start of your turn.
Don't take any right now.
That's like all the time, though, isn't that?
No, like, like Gorka hasn't taken any damage yet because it will. She didn't move in.
Oh, but like for me, though, because I'm outside
yes,
of it, as
if you
soon as I
go
enter
in,
anything.
it will be.
Fuck, okay.
This is burn them if you've got them territory, just in case it's not clear.
What do you mean, burn him if you've got him?
Like, don't save resources.
Well, I'm not saving resources, I'm
Yeah.
saving my health, which is not a
Just
ton.
no, just for everyone.
Oh, I see. Oh, like there's no like multiple boss fights after.
This is a PSA for.
This
for
is
the
a
party.
boss fight. This is a don't hold
Yeah.
back.
Okay, fuck it. Yeah, we're gonna go into the Spirit Guardians.
Okay,
area.
roll a wisdom save.
Roll real high.
Yeah. This is a 4th
Okay,
level.
I'll do my best.
That
That's
is
it?
just the DC.
Great.
Still
So
gonna
you
take half
get
damage, though.
15, so 7 radiant damage. It is also difficult terrain, I believe.
Oh, so I actually take damage.
Yeah, it's half
uh,
damage.
Oh,
Yeah, you
and
take
meat
half
speeds.
damage, and
Yeah.
an affected creature's speed is halved in the area.
Oh, fuck.
So
okay.
any movement in this space costs double.
That's
In a game.
does that matter? Does that matter for me though?
Maybe not
uh,
double?
Maybe not with mobile.
Let me double check.
Or not maybe mobile,
When
but
you
it's...
dash,
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
you can ignore difficult terrain.
All right, I'm gonna take a shot with my new fan-dangled crossbow.
Good call.
If he's going from there, just-
Actually,
he's not.
yeah, you're not actually in from there, so you can put your health back
One
if you're
square
gonna
left
just
before you're
get.
in.
Oh,
Yes.
What?
Red
So you can
squares.
put that. Yeah, red
You're,
squares.
you're not
in.
You're not in the red square.
so I didn't take 7 damage?
No, you can
No.
put it back.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought the 7 damage was for being Spear and Guardians.
But you're not in it. yet.
But it's the red
but,
squares.
Oh, I had a much larger blue square.
Yeah, that thing's too big. That's
Okay.
the red squares.
I was like, I can't even go into the fucking building.
No. It's only the red
Oh.
squares.
Okay, well then this is a hell of a lot easier then.
You gonna take a shot?
I was gonna do it from over here. Also, there's a spot right here that I can't see through. I don't know.
I'm not
Like
sure.
I don't have any visibility really in the chapel.
Oh,
Weird.
I don't know why that is. I'll check the walls.
It's sketchy for me, I guess.
I have a clear vision.
Maybe.
Yeah,
You're-
I don't know
You're a
why. it's-
non-believer, I guess.
Yeah, Dolastro disapproves of you. It's okay if you can target her. I can't see why that is though.
Is Gorka right here?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my assumption. So
She is going to use her reaction to use Warding Flare. Send a pulse of light at you to impose disadvantage on your attack.
got it. I hate that.
Yeah.
Alt.
Control for disadvantage. Yeah. 18 misses anyway.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it just clangs off her armor.
All right. I'm going to back the fuck up over in this corner.
Cool. ORM Wisdom save, start of your turn for the Spirit Guardians.
Yeah, great, thanks. Woo! Save. Boom.
23, so you pass. Take half. 5 damage.
I will quickly just sidestep.
Mhm.
Take off that 5. And I will cast. I know you said spend them if you got them, but I gotta feel her out first. So let's try Toll the Dead.
Okay.
So let's do a Wisdom save, DC 14.
16.
Damn it.
She just kind of grits her teeth, ignores your spell, and continues pressing towards you all.
I am going to 5. Fuck. I know Spirit Guardian, so I'm going to make sure that I keep my distance. 5, 10, 15. Oh, I guess that's 15. 20. I'm going to move over here against this wall.
Cool. Yeah, that's it.
That will be. Yeah, that's going to be it. For now.
Okay. Halafor.
Okay. I know I'm blind, but have I heard people screaming about Spirit Guardians and Gorka like, oh my god, it burns? Or at least,
You
I
probably
believe
hear
Shannon said,
Gorka making some
"Ow."
yells of pain. Yes, you probably hear some yells of pain from Gorka.
and I would have heard her cast a spell.
Yeah, you'd hear her yelling the verbal components.
I will. I have no 3rd level slots left, so I will action Dispel Magic at 4th level.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, and it was a 4th level spell she used. Yeah, that just works. Dick.
Now I'm
fair enough.
blind, which is unfortunate, However,
The spell just means you need to be aware of it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't see her, but what I can do is, as a bonus action, I can turn into a giant constrictor snake, which has a blind sight, and I will scuttle my way up to her.
Okay, cool.
And I'll use
so-
expedited evolution.
Good call. Cool. There. Let me just turn you into a snake. Oh, why can't I? That's why. Beep.
Perfect. My speed is 10 feet more.
Oh, great. This snake kind of comes slithering into the room onto Ilnaris.
Also, I can't see anymore.
Yep. Let's just put a little Hell4 token back in. Beep. There you go.
Sweet.
That's all
You're
your
on the
stuff,
bench.
right?
Yeah, that's action bonus move.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think she will use... She's going to use a legendary action. She is going to... Yeah, you know what? She's unhappy with you. Use Blessed Warrior again. Is that the one? Blessed Caster. To cast a spell. He's going to cast a Flame Strike. Down here. That is a dex save, so Gorka... It should actually be at disadvantage because you're blind, but you failed anyway. She kind of gives out another yell. A column of fire forms in the ceiling, swirls around, and comes slamming down onto Gorka and the snake. The snake manages to evade the worst of it. Gorka does not.
Ouch.
So Snake should have... I don't know, did you adjust the HP on the
I
ships?
believe I did for all of them. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be.
I think
I think.
you applied the damage to Halifax, though. Not this one.
Oh, whoops. Oh no, it says it. You should be at 55. Yeah.
My giant constrictor snake token that I'm looking at still shows at 60.
Yeah. Oh, it's showing us 55 on my end.
Oh, sorry.
Boundary
I see
might
that
just
as
be
Halifax,
decent.
but
Yeah.
I believe you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This guy's turn. Oh, this is kind of interesting. That's kind of shitty. Well, good news, bad news for Gorka.
Okay.
The huddled figure of Selenar is going to... Actually, mostly good news for Gorka, bad news for everyone else. It's kind of a shit sandwich for Gorka because it's for a bad reason. This creature, this like apparition of Selenar is going to kind of crawl around the temple like pillar on all fours, and he's going to like look and see you all. And he's going to take his hands with these long pointed fingers and pull it up to his face and start pulling and pull off this plaster mask over his face. And you watch as he rips it off. You see the more familiar visage you saw him with last. You see the sunken black eyes, like the empty sockets. You see the long pointed face and the tight skin. You see his mouth kind of fall open with a jaw that hangs too low and kind of waggles as if it's broken. And he starts drawing in that raspy breath you remember, which rises in pitch and intensity into a shriek. I need a wisdom saving throw from everyone except Gorka, everyone who can see him.
I can't see him because he's outside.
Oh, it's only
my
10 feet?
My blind foot range.
So the other three then.
Wisdom save?
Yep.
I'm going to use a player advantage.
You
High
have
five,
halfling
team
bravery.
blind.
So you
Oh, right.
this is a frightened effect.
Yeah, team blind.
Yes.
Yes.
Yay, team blind.
Team blind.
She's also immune to being frightened by Celestials.
This guy's not a celestial.
Okay.
And I don't think you have that.
I'm debating if I want to take an advantage or not. Fuck it.
It'd be a good one. Yeah.
Go low.
Oh wow, good job.
Gamble, baby.
Cool. And can Scout can't see him because he's outside. Oh,
Nice.
he doesn't have clear line of sight. I did not. I just looked at Halifor's token. Oh, so annoying.
Well played, Scout. Well played.
Do what I can.
Calculated. Okay, no one is afraid.
I mean, I am, but Ryson's not.
The memory of Selenar is then going to kind of on all fours take his little clawed hands and start scuttling up this pillar.
I hate that. I hate
this
that.
guy like
Yeah.
just not.
Do not like.
So he is about 15
like
feet
that
up
way
there.
less.
Oh,
It's
bring back
perching.
the other
Horror movie
token.
going on.
I don't know
next-
who to kill.
Up is Elnaris, who has a snake and a Gorka on her. She is going to take out this flail and kind of swing it a few times. She's going to make 2 attacks with her flail and cast a cantrip. So Gorka, she's going to swing on you first
Bring it up.
for 22.
Yeah.
Cool. I don't know why that one didn't roll.
It's
Oh,
only
because I
been
didn't
used-
target. Sorry,
It also said it rolled with advantage.
because she's blind.
Oh, right, because Gorka's blind.
I don't know why you had to pop up. I'm just gonna
Oh.
roll this damage.
It's saying I can use my reaction if I want to.
Oh, that's
I'll say-
weird.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh, sorry. That should just be the one. Okay, so hits. She is going to pump a Divine Eminence in it at first level.
That
Sorry,
sounds an
what
awful
now?
lot like Smite.
Yeah.
It is functionally very similar. For an extra 3d6. 11 damage to Gorka.
Yeah, I will take my reaction actually. Spirit Shield to reduce that by 2d6.
Cool. Two?
Oh,
Oh
no.
my gosh.
Ow.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
She
Okay.
will turn the second one onto... Gorka's still looking pretty good. She's gonna try and take you out of the fight. She's gonna turn the second one onto Gorka as well.
God damn it.
Okay.
24.
Yep.
21 radiant damage. And
Not
she
bloodied yet
will-
though.
What's the split between bludgeoning and radiant? Because rage.
It is
'Cause rage.
14 bludgeoning damage. It actually did calculate it correctly. The total is 21, but the applied is only 11 to Gorka. I can see the update on my end.
Foundry things.
Yeah. And she will... You know what? Pump one more second level slot into it. Fuck Gorka in particular.
Yeah. I mean,
What'd I ever do to you?
16 damage.
Okay.
And
Oh,
she's going to send a Sacred Flame at Orym.
Whereas they're known for their deck saves.
yeah.
Fails, so you take only 5 damage. Cool. She pummels into you a few times and then resets herself. Gorka, you wince in pain and blink as your vision returns. It's 11 o'clock, so we'll pick up there next time as you face off against Ilnaris.
This is tough.
Yeah.
This is a tough one.
Man, we should have long rested.
Can Gorka have Death Ward?
It's okay, guys. I mean, Halifor has 135 hit points, effectively. Gorka's got some, too. Everything will be fine.
She
Orym's-
did chew through like 50 of Gorka's hit points there. So.
Orym's still
Yeah.
standing, though. As long as Orym's standing, we're okay.
She looks fine, by the way. She's not hurting too bad yet.
Yeah, well,
I mean, trust me, it hurts a lot less than Spirit Guardian's damage every turn.
Yeah, that's true. That was a
Yeah.
good dispel magic. Fuck you.
I know you also are a real fan of the giant constrictor snakes, Benny, so
I hate the snake.
I
I hate the snake so much. Cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks for making it, Horman. Hope you're feeling
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
We'll
thank
see.
you.
I appreciate it. I feel like I just settled into like a little resting coma, so hopefully this counts as like this will work for helping to recover. We'll see.
Yep,
Oh, yeah.
definitely.
But
oh, go ahead.
thank you, Spenny.
Yeah, thanks for hosting.
Yeah, thanks, Benny.
That was fun. I'm excited to see where this goes.
Yeah.
Next
PPK.
D&D we have is Sunday
Yes.
for Darkwind. With the return of Haruto
Oh, wow.
Hey.
Hey. Yeah.
and everyone's
exciting.
second favorite dwarven cleric has a role to play.
What if Haruto dies in that session too?
Might
I'm
just
only
be
bringing him back
PG.
once. All right,
Yeah, I
you
hope
get one out of Freyr. That's all.
I hope the party maybe picks up some diamonds before they go
Yeah.
traipsing off wherever they're
We
going.
should probably think to do that sometime.
Yeah. We are going to send Ye Old Raid. Tonight we're gonna go raid over to the Crown DM. We haven't raided over there in a while. Yeah, typed incorrectly. So send those fun raid emotes over there. Follow. Always fun stuff to see on the Crown DM. And we will see you all next time on Sunday night, if not before. Thanks everyone for coming. Bye.
So,
Bye.
night.
Thank you.
Bye.